Coming cat screams.
Give him like 5 minutes and he'll
We're
start,
live.
Like,
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Hi, Chad. How's it going?
Hi, Chad.
I forgot my
Hello,
chat reading
chat.
device in the other room again.
That's fine. I will read the chats. We're ready. We're prepared. We're psyched.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are we really?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, listen. I've been excited for this session for a week.
Nice.
That's a
That's
lie.
proof.
I've been excited for longer than that.
This is a fun one.
This should be a very good one. You guys are gonna have a great time. So, first of all, chat. Hi, how's it going? You might notice fewer voices in this one. That's because this is going to focus on the people who weren't focused on last time, which means yes, there's going to be significantly less sounds on the screen, but we get to take a microscopic lens onto the sound.
Yeah.
Oh.
I apologize to everyone right now. I don't know
you
what's gonna
apologizing
happen,
to?
but it's everyone, the universe.
Everything.
God.
A bunch of nameless eyes. Everyone here appreciates you. Everyone with a voice.
Holy crap.
That's scary. For some reason.
What's happening to the
Uh,
James?
hold on.
Jim Mans.
I need to exit and re-enter the Roll20 because it's not letting me rejoin as player real quick.
Oh no!
That is spooky.
That's pretty spooky.
I'm gonna scream if my cat starts screaming.
That's fine.
It's fine.
He left my room to eat, and I'm hoping he contents himself in the living room instead of immediately coming to my door and screeching.
I hope he finds something to content himself out there in the wild world.
He's been like this all week. Like, I come home and he's immediately screaming at me, and then he yells outside my door, and then he yells inside my door, and he's constantly screaming.
Have you ever considered that his prime arch nemesis might be the door itself?
I mean, maybe.
He just
Maybe
doesn't
that's
like the door.
I don't know how to help him.
I like Chad is starting to go, sir, HK51, 2-hour ASMR stream of Tide's Edge members trying to get Saunders' attention.
I love it. We can do that.
Should have worked. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, it appears I'm a player now.
Excellent.
Also,
Yay.
oh, I can now.
Fantastic.
Amazing. I can now just Randolph whenever I want.
You can Randolph whenever?
Yeah, I can just Randolph whenever I want.
The Randolph Anytime system?
Yeah, there it is. See, like I can Randolph and I can Randolph and then I can Randolph and put in another Randolph.
Oh, are you still Randolphing?
Yeah, I'm Randolphing over here.
Okay, excellent. So,
I can also Heil whenever I want now.
The Randolpher.
Randolph. Yeah, you can Heil whenever you want. Heil's big, bro.
Randuger.
So, everyone, thanks for coming out for the stream. Thanks for coming out for the pre-stream hype. You see what you receive: a handful of birds and 5 Randolphs. This is your reward. We should start introducing ourselves. Hey, Christian, who are you?
Oh, me! I'm Christian. I run Carbon Interface. I run 13th God, and I'm also we're running the Sleeping Shadow, which happened yesterday, and the final session of that will be next Friday. Come check that out. I also have a Patreon where you can find the system I use and everything else like that. So please come check it out and support me. I really appreciate it.
Excellent. Next up in this, it's Natho.
Oh, hi.
Man.
Hi, it's me, J-Man. I frequently forget that's my name in this Discord server. I don't remember why. But hi, it's me, your good pal, the J-Man. I do a lot of things, most of them not seen. But what you should do is that you should check out the official Stabbyness Discord, where you can have a lot of fun chats and whatnot. We recently opened up, for about a day or two, we opened up the community showcase stream submissions chat, and while it is closed right now, we're probably going to do that again, like, probably sometime next month, which is not that long away, I'd imagine. Because I want to do that monthly, just straight up.
Yeah, that was fun.
And on top of that, you should check out our Patreon, because we've been pumping out a ton of content on it, and a lot of it's really damn good, in my opinion.
It's really good stuff.
It's really good stuff.
Nico!
Ah, it's me. Hello, Indigo. I scream. That's my job, professional screaming. I do arts for this and other channel, Surprise Round, Stabbyness, and Surprise Round. I also have a Patreon where you can get discounts on commissions. And for anyone interested in masks, like the mask system, or anyone who watched Valor over at the other one, Surprise Round, I just put out a progress, like a first draft of a custom playbook that's going to be in the setting that I'm working on for masks. And for just $1, you can take a look at that and, like, I don't know, playtest it, give me feedback, whatever.
Go do it, it's really good. So J-Man nailed most of what I was gonna talk about, but my everyone's mutual friend Angra's got something of an issue right now. One of his cats needs some assistance, so he's got to GoFundMe. I'm gonna look at if you got any cash to spare, they already hit their goal, but like more can't hurt. Go help the boy's cat. He's a good guy and a good cat.
Yeah, go help the cat.
Save Stevens.
Save Stevens. Oh boy. So. I'm excited for this one. I'm not gonna waste any more time. Here we fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Actually, no, let's not fucking go.
Oh, let's fucking stop.
Let's go back in time to previously on Forgotten Indigo. So, with the defeat of the armor, and with the reclamation of the various blackmail documents, the Iris family set to motion. They basically got to work protecting their various underlings from RNA and inquiry. As a result, they won a few sort of notable legal battles, and as a result, stock of Riviera actually skyrocketed in the city. To a certain extent, Riviera are now superstars. However, Tilly was not having the greatest time. Over in the Iris Mansion, she faced one of her greatest nightmares, a recurring dream she had over the course of her life. However, confronting it, she determined the true nature that it was currently taking. Some sort of creature that led her through a cryptic maze of flames to a portrait that seemed oh so familiar. However, Tilly was further bound up, trapped within familial obligation. She was watched over for 2 entire days by Daria Lucent and her sister prima donna Iris. After her recovery, well, actually, there's something else we gotta talk about. The night after the armor was defeated, Delilah and Teach met. They exchanged heated words on a bridge, a clashing of ideals in a place oh so familiar to Teach. Afterwards, Teach met with Jeremiah, who, did a good job of perhaps more contextualizing the situation for the teacher. Fade, on the other side of the city, in his hell apartment, reflected on a few logic puzzles, reveling in the lifestyle of living in an abandoned building that he himself is keeping afloat along with its one other tenant. He wandered over to his clothes obelisk. Yes, I put in a slide specifically for the clothes obelisk. Tilly, once recovered, returned to the Grapevine, where she discovered the full impact of Riviera's rise. Sal then quickly dragged her out. And on her trip, she managed to pick up a bowl of noodles for a 1 Julius tier that brought back so many fond memories. Overcome, perhaps by Tilly's redecoration of the apartment, or some growing feeling of fondness, Tyr decided it was finally time to ask for help. He was going to contact Martha Teach with Bijou's assistance, and, if she's able, he wants her to come with him when the two finally meet up. Everyone then met up and went shopping, actually, for Doris. Well, and Fade. Fade has a date. Fade proceeded to purchase an atrocious outfit and was slugged in the face in the process. That was unrelated. A sort of a misunderstanding between Doris and Fade allowed Fade to establish something. Yes, he runs the criminal underbelly to a certain extent. Fade is in charge of individually managing a lot of the people sort of lower down within Riviera. People with nowhere else to go generally wind up in the Warhol family. As a result, Fade does his best to watch out for everyone, but he can't exactly keep everyone at all times in line. He admitted he is only human, and that should things get out of hand, Doris, this paragon of virtue, should certainly step in to assist. Given a little more time, Fade was grilled even further by Graves. He, for some reason, the Catman did not react or act in the way that a Mafia boss should. Fade insisted that, given the opportunity, he's trying to make up for the various sins that Riviera commit by trying to make the city a better place. Graves asked him an important question. If giving it all up would help everyone, would you do it? Would you return to nothing? And Fade said, without a doubt. Given those powerful words, Graves organized a meeting, saying that everyone has to talk. However, we're not going to focus on that right now. That's not important, at least at the moment. You know what's important right now?
Something dumb.
You're in a meeting. You're in a meeting right now.
I'm in a
staff meeting.
Oh, Teach is in a meeting.
Teach is in a meeting, yeah. You no. That's mafia music. Let's get some yeah, this one works. Teach.
Mm-hmm.
You're called into the break room by your boss.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, God!
He sits.
I love this guy.
Do you? He sits across from you and looks at you through this now you know sky steel mask. So he slides a cup of hot chocolate across the table towards you.
She reaches forward, grabs it, and kind of coaches it in her hand and just takes a little sip. So,
how are things?
She kind of like nestles up against the chair with the hot chocolate, and well, they're quiet, all things considered.
Oh, that's good. Well, Daringway seems rather nervous about something. I might as well just come out and say it. Due to the efforts of my daughter, I have come into a small amount of money recently.
Oh?
Yes.
She kind of sits up. Daringway, I didn't know you had a daughter.
He stops and like sort of loosens up. Yes, she graduated some time ago, in fact.
Oh, okay. She kind of like nods her head about that. Anyways, she kind of like waves. Yes, I'm very happy for you then.
Well, I wanted to tell you what I was spending the money on because it involves you.
I see. Okay. She kind of sits up a little bit, drinks a bit more of the hot chocolate. All right.
He sort of slides over, scooching, rattle. Well, I know you're, at least for the moment, clear of the Riviera business, but I thought it would be wise to hire a professional to see if you are well and truly clear.
She kind of nods her head at that. Sure, okay.
I have I've hired a private investigator to be your shadow.
She kind of thinks about that. It wouldn't happen to be. She kind of thinks Cassius is out of town, so that wouldn't exactly be.
Daringway turns over to the door. You may come in. The door opens. Teach
turns over and she's like, "Oh hey, who's this?"
Yes, this is I don't know if you've met before. This is Sonder. Teach, something
Okay.
sparks in your head.
Okay, I read about this morning. She immediately stops, holds the cup, and then kind of puts it down for a moment. Kind of collects Sonder. Oh my god, right. She kind of turns around and she just looks. Sonder, right?
He nods.
She kind of turns over. Oh my god. Daringway. She kind of like leans forward. This guy's already been assigned by the mob.
Excuse me?
He's already working for them.
Oh, Daringway thinks to himself for a second. Well, he is a private investigator. I assume he looks over to Sonder. can you keep an eye on her for today? Just make sure nobody else is watching her. he looks over to Sonder, and then back to you, Teach. Believe it or not, we've worked together in the past. Sonder's actually very discreet about his clients.
She kind of like raises her eyebrows both up a bit. You worked with him too? She kind of thinks, oh, so you remember him, huh?
Daringway kind of leans in. Yes, of course. Hey, Nico, Daringway rolled a 10.
That's adorable. when Teach, from behind her, when Teach is like, oh, so you remember him, his eyes very slowly slide over to her, and they're just boring into her.
she kind of like adjusts her glasses a little bit, and it's like, ah. She kind of like does a shiver for a moment, and she kind of looks over, and then it's just kind of like, yeah, okay, I think all right. She kind of like, okay, wow, I wasn't expecting that, but I do appreciate the help. I suppose that would be very, very valuable. I haven't been quite capable of keeping an eye out. Everything's been busy. She's kind of like still looking a bit over at him. Well, she stands up. She goes over to lifts her hand up. I suppose it's a pleasure to be working with you in this capacity as well.
Sonder kind of watches her for a second before accepting her handshake.
Excellent. I'm glad this has proved amenable. I thought I might be overreacting or overreaching potentially by hiring an investigator, but I figure if he can clear you at least for today, then you might sleep a little more soundly. He says you might sleep a little more soundly. Daringway's thinking about I might sleep a little more soundly. You can tell from his voice.
She kind of moves over to the side and kind of sits down. Yes, thank you. I do really appreciate it. I might have some things to look into today, so hopefully we can just... I want to see if things have really calmed down or if this is just all another calm before the storm.
Of course.
So I think it'll be very useful. Thank you so much. She kind of like picks up the cup of hot chocolate again and just takes a sip real fast. Huh. She kind of then looks across. I've been hearing quite a lot of new things about you today, Daringway.
Huh? He seems to react a little surprised. What do you mean?
Well, I learned you have a daughter. I learned you worked with Sonder in the past, and then I learned just a little while ago a bunch of other stuff. I'm honestly quite curious. What are you gonna tell me about a bit more of that, especially about the? She points at the mask, like on her, like she was gesturing as if it was on her own face.
He sort of like touches the mask for a second. If you wish to know, you may speak to me whenever. I have duties for the remainder of the day, but afterwards, if you wish to talk to me, I am more than willing to converse. Basically, Teach, whenever you want to talk to Daringway about Daringway shit, feel free. Furthermore, Sonder, later tonight you have 2 other jobs, but at least in the immediate, you can keep an eye on Martha Teach. This shouldn't interfere. This is very simple work, in fact. Just make sure nobody's tailing her, but that means, to a certain extent, you're going to be tailing her. That means a long day of Martha Teach in front of you. And finally, Teach.
Mm-hmm.
You have classes to teach.
I see, okay. So first off, she's like, well, after classes and all obligations are done for the day, I wouldn't mind, well, we can let you in on if anything weird's happened. And I can maybe hear a bit more.
Very well, then. Thank you both. He stands up and then moves out of the room.
She nods her head.
Nods.
And then she takes a sip of her hot chocolate, just drinks a little bit, and then turns over her head over to Sonder, and it's just like, can't say I was expecting to see you here.
Sonder, slow blink like cat.
Did you Is he not supposed to know about forgetting?
Sonder kind of... He tilts his head a little bit. Most people don't bring it up to each other. Most people don't notice.
She kind of like... That's... She kind of like just thinks about that for a moment.
Please, I swear to God.
I suppose that would make sense. I guess most people just generally pass you by. That's weird though. She kind of like gets up a little bit. I mean, most people don't comment on it. Has no one ever done it before? No one ever brought up to the attention the fact that, you know, she's just kind of like, huh, guess fair enough. Well, she kind of moves up. If it's a shruggable matter, maybe don't bore your eyes into me next time.
Slow blink like cat.
Yeah. She kind of finishes drinking up the cup of hot chocolate. Okay, I've got some work to do today, so you feel free to sit. Well, if you want to sit in the back of the class or do whatever you'd like. Don't worry about
no,
it.
I want to make you 2RP that unfortunate reality.
Ah.
I teach.
Oh God.
I see.
Oh no.
So,
Oh, boy.
here's a question. Also, I'm eating popcorn. This is what I'm here for. I'm here for the pain.
I see.
I apologize again.
I love every second of this. So, Teach and Sonder, I've got a reality for you right now.
Please.
Basically, Teach, tell me what your most popular class is.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting question. I'd imagine if she had her way, it would be a history class.
Oh yeah.
So maybe
Let's
one
say
of
okay.
those. Yeah. I think it would probably be. Well, she does very much like pushing her Rougian history and also her like modern Windrose, but I think really not just popular cast. I kind of want to do the Rougi history because that's the one I think I can make up the quickest. You know what I mean?
No, that makes a lot of sense. So
like, even though her popular class might be something else, I think we're doing that today.
Teach, do me a favor. Roll to die for me.
Okay. Let's.
With your current build.
All right. Let's see. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh wait, she was locked into red. Actually, I need to undo that.
You can oh yeah. Give it another roll.
Yeah. Let's see. I hope it isn't worse. Let's see. It is a little bit.
No, lock in red. It's still a 19. That's a very good roll. So,
was this a red-based thing?
Oh, it wouldn't. It would be a yellow-based thing.
Yeah, that's fine. 15 still.
15 still. Okay, so you do manage to clear the DC in this case for a packed classroom. Teach, this is your most popular class. That means this classroom is going to be like packed to the gills. What's Sonder gonna do right now?
Teach thinks. Oh, we're just starting. Okay. She kind of thinks, Sonder, I don't think there's going to be an easy seat for you here. Can you help me with something?
Sure.
Alrighty. She kind of moves up a little bit, and she just kind of goes over to the side and she picks up some chalk, and she kind of like goes over to the side here and is like, "Can I have you write down some things for me?"
He accepts the chalk.
Okay. She kind of thinks, all right, so that's not going to it. She kind of goes over to the side, grabs out a piece of paper, and like, I'm starting up a new, this is a start of a new block. I need to if you could write down this timeline for me and just get it all up on the board for me, because I'm gonna need it for dramatic effect, okay?
Are you handing him like?
I hand you a piece of paper with a long timeline and chalk, and she just kind of hands it over, and like, if you can get sketching on that, it'll look great. You'll look like a TA. It'll be fantastic.
Slow blink like cat. He looks over the paper in your hand, does not take it from you, and begins to copy it.
Come on, take it. She kind of flings it over at his side.
No, he's not looking at it. He looked over it once. He's done with it. He doesn't want it
Stops,
anymore.
and she actually glitters a bit. Oh my, quite a photographic memory you have there.
He does not respond. He continues copying what you've shown him.
Teach, you start to sense this burgeoning potential in him, which is a good thing because Teach, after all,
burgeoning potential.
You've been dealing with one kind of battleground up to this point. That's right, a battleground of intrigue, of intricate mafia politics. However, this is a different battleground. This is the one that you fight on every single day. This is the place that you're used to. But in this instance, there's a new person involved. Testing his potential is just one of your attributes as a teacher. How will he fare? Sink or swim, live or die.
Oh,
Instincts returning.
Oh my
God. I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize to Teach specifically.
So yeah, SONDER starts copying these things up on the board, and your class starts to fill up. They all move in. And Teach, let me tell you, there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of people here. Oh,
yeah,
excellent class.
This class is positively packed, top to bottom. This is, yeah, no, don't question that one. This class is, yes, that's right. It could only be described as a battleground. Teach, in this instance, you're engaged in a conflict. Teaching a course. You need to effectively deplete the class's health bar with learning. You need to drive down their inattentiveness. You need to defeat sleepiness by engaging them with potent questions and exciting their minds.
So,
SONDER, you will be
SONDER.
assisting Teach up, yes.
Yes, you will be assisting. SONDER, you're standing right here as you start, you're doing the timeline stuff.
Yeah.
And Teach's class kind of goes in.
I'm so sorry.
And she, Teach looks, okay, time to go. This is a fun one. She kind of, sort of stands just like, all right, the first step of any class is to fight away the sleepiness. Get a hook in. Let's see. This one's a pretty fun one. She, reaches over and she grabbed a piece of chalk and flips it in her hand. And let me adjust something real quick. So I'm gonna okay. As she starts, she waves up her chalk and she clicks it against the board as she goes, 700 years ago, the most important piece of historical, well, history, I guess, is occurring on a beach in a far-off land. Even farther off the coast of Rauji, a number of islands exist. On this island, she slams it together, brings the chalk forward, and brings it to another date directly across SONDER. She's creeping up on your timeline. She's getting further up. Today, she emphasizes a clack of her chalk on the keyboard. The crab god is doing battle with the shark god. Their domain split down the middle. In this day, a number of grand conflicts were coming to a head. This was a battle of mighty beings, clashing their claws together, an unbreakable pincer that could grab and keep everything together, and a skin that could simply cut away anything that attempted to grab it. Apocryphal, it was considered amongst all the scholars at the time. However, on the mind of the crab god itself, this was not any other special day, for conflict against the gods, numerous on these islands, had continued for eons up to this point, by their own mention. She kind of clicks together, and...
Give me a roll to do! Roll to captivate!
Okay, let's roll to do it. Alright, let's see how she does. Okay, yes.
Oh, excellent, yes.
And she punctuates her note by saying... And after she kind of goes on, describes the conflict, describes a bit of this opening narration, and then she finally clicks a date just a little bit later. And upon this time, the crab god would finish battle with the shark god. By this point, they would be banished, defeated. And although no one at the time would realize it, this would be the last time in the next couple of centuries that any battle would ever take place upon these islands.
Teach, give me another roll to do!
All right. She's trying her best. Oh no.
Okay. Here we go. Beat this.
So,
You did!
They rolled bad! Class seems to be growing increasingly attentive. That's right. Oh wait, they do get a bonus.
They rolled bad on fucking off.
Yeah, no, they rolled bad to resist the captivation of your words. 8 versus 9. That's right. You successfully overcome it, but wait a second, Teach. One of the people here, that would definitely, yeah. He's not paying attention.
Yeah,
Kill him.
Teach! Clash versus Howry.
all right.
Oh,
Okay.
Let me lock in my extremely high yellow stat really quick.
Yes.
Okay.
You just roll to do
see.
with your yellow, yeah.
Yeah, let me
Great.
set swing, yellow, boop. I'm just gonna say it's a 1.
How formidable.
Wait, just roll a 1.
Alright, ready, Teach?
All right, ready.
Let's go. Oh, shit!
Dang.
He's very committed to not giving a shit.
You feel like...
but wait.
Yes?
Oh, no. Never mind, it's not equipped today. Today I'm not feeling so professional. Life's
No.
events are simply getting to me. I realize that if I was fully in my history flow, I probably could drag him in as well, but something just feels a little bit off today. And then she clicks and she realizes, no,
Yeah,
no. She puts that aside. No, it can't be. Is he distracted by the mysterious figure putting...
Ghetto, exactly as you think that, like, Howry up here is just sitting up here, he's clicking a pen in his hand, and he's just kind of, like, looking around going, oh, yeah? Looks over. What the fuck's that guy?
Damn it!
What the fuck's he
John!
doing?
Sonder!
There's a huge man in your room again. It's not the same huge man.
Sonder! You feel the terrifying presence of being noticed. Teach,
Ugh.
lose your swing. Take 1 damage.
Fuck.
You feel like you're losing the flow of the situation. Sonder, yeah, they're definitely looking at you. This sucks. Your writing starts to halt. And something changes in the room. Teach. Oh shit, you forgot something. Yeah, wait, crap. You actually forgot something. Something, what was it? It's something, normally it's a big relief, but in a moment like this, could this be something to save you? Or perhaps something to damn you? Thump, 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 thump. Somebody's slowly moving in, closer, a little bit at a time. Sorry I'm late, everyone. She throws open the door. Don't worry, I'll get to copying down the notes. Nocto scoots over. Sonder, you feel it, that presence, keenly from across the room, actually burning over everyone else's vibes. A look of shock. She's been replaced.
Once again up here, Howard's like, oh man, this is gonna be funny.
She starts to move closer. Teach! Roll to die! Respond to the situation!
Okay, let's see. Oh, that's pretty low. And so, in a time like this...
Please.
In a situation like this, where there's already confusion, she already sees having to stop and explain mid-flow would be a lot. she'd have to talk Noctua aside, mention some things, and as Noctua kind of approaches up to the desk, Teach is continuing to talk, starting to transition to her next subject, and she says to reference the timelines on everyone's sheet. And when she does that, she turns away, and in that moment, she turns over to Noctua and says, "Hey, I need you to do some grading outside the class right now."
You attempt to deflect Noctua out of the way in this moment. She's going to... Oh boy, okay, so you have a, I believe, grand total that is a 16, okay. We are going to roll to do against Noctua's own intentions. In this instance, you go, you step in an instant, and Sonder, you're like, oh no, did I replace this person? But that oh no ain't coming from you. It's coming from over here. Teach, like, fucking swings beautifully around, creating a shadow, a perfect pocket in which only these words can be uttered. Hey, I need you to grade some papers outside of class. And Noctua goes, oh, okay, yeah, I can do that. And she scoots over and grabs all of the papers and then hurries out of the room with a thump out this direction. And you're like, huh, another nuisance dealt with.
Sonder quietly watching a teaching anime unfold.
She kind of steps on back, and then she transitions to her next topic. After all, the domain of the crab god is quite special. For after years of warfare that had ravaged the islands themselves, a natural discrepancy started to form between the rest of Rausian society and this new oasis islands. The islands themselves having prosperity and growth. Multiple new shipping agencies started popping up, funded by the government to at the time, spread Hagekani's domain to the surrounding provinces of Rauji. Hagekani's domain was one of the first domains to see a stop to war, at least in its area. Now, that's something of an exaggeration. In actuality, Hagekani's privateers had done plenty of conflict all around Rauji. It simply never followed back to the islands. No natural enemies emerged once again. Those that did were exiled, sent to the mainland, where some of their legacies do continue. I actually have a little reference sheet. If anyone's interested in doing a little research paper on them, please let me know. They're quite fascinating. She redirects.
Teach.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first, actually, Sonder,
Yes.
I would like you to roll to die. How are you handling this? Being out front, being noticed.
He hates. Hold on. Okay, never mind. We're good.
Oh.
Alright.
Okay. So let's. What are you locking in out of those?
Hold on. I have to remember what I named these.
You can mouse over them actually, and it'll,
I've got it. We've got it. Oh no, God. Oh God, oh jeez, oh God, oh jeez. You know what? Red makes sense.
It sure fucking does.
It makes a lot of sense. All right.
You beat the 15, and you know what, Sonder? Whatever. You're like, okay, that kid sees me. That's great. That won't be a problem in the future. You move across, and you actually finish.
We're going to kill him.
That one will be gone by the end of this. You move across and complete the timeline unerringly. You manage to slip away from this one's gaze, opening a perfect chance for Teach to counterattack. Teach, give me a roll to do.
All right. Since I'm locked into this, I think this is actually a good thing. Teach's lesson kind of takes a shift, and it talks about this magical oasis island of Hagekani. But she kind of breaks it down and talks about all the ways in which that's been exaggerated, and she runs down a bit more of the practical reality, and how this domain still once more was tied into the politics of the mainland of Rauji. And with that in mind, she accidentally I don't even fucking know. I don't know what that means.
Oh boy, Teach.
I gotta think here for this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
oh yeah.
Teach, you're doing this. Yeah, you're getting really into it and whatnot. But then, in almost a flare of sensitivity, you feel that one student who was causing problems earlier once again. Almost if hearing his thoughts, you can hear something as his eyes drift towards the ceiling. You can hear it in the back of his head. Wonder if Miss Alcott's class is open right now.
Oh.
Kill him.
Oh, that's
Kill him. Assassinate this man.
kaiju reaction. She's just like, she's. There's almost a like, nothing left. She stops
Teach.
for a moment.
You're out of your element. What are you gonna do?
She thinks. No, wait. Hey, Connie, I have to change it up. This topic, it's a bit of a forward ahead, but I think I can make it work. With what I've said, I have to try. She stops. She moves ahead. She skips some time, and she clicks the chalk against a part of time. She knows Howery, at least a small bit. Perhaps there's a chance of recovery. Natural. She'll play it off. She clicks her chalk against the timeline. I'm gonna drop my swing. I'm gonna roll the die.
Well, in this case, I'm not actually going to give you a chance to roll to die quite yet, because you feel that, like, you're like, okay, I can bring it out, I can pull it around, but you feel it. You feel those eyes boring into the back of your head. That's right, everyone's looking at you, they're expecting things from you. You're performing right now, T. Give me a roll to resist anxiety.
I see.
Oh god,
Let's
the biggest
give that
mood.
a try. Okay, let's see.
Oh.
Is that going to fail?
Prepare to roll to die versus anxiety's roll to doom.
Yeah, Let's see.
Personification of anxiety, please?
Harry, give me a roll to do.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Makes sense to be you.
Yeah, I just remembered what his fucking yellow attribute was because I forgot we'd never put it in, so I'm just gonna add that to as a bonus.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Teach! You take 3 additional damage as anxiety burns through your entire core. Now you may equip your swing.
I see. Okay. Damn, okay. Well, in that case, let's see. Doesn't matter how weak it is. Wait, no. Because of her approach. She realizes that damn sensitivity's acting up again. It's hitting, and this is really annoying. Why can't you just teach in peace? But she pushes that down, and she thinks, and she's like, at the core of it, it's not learning anything. That kind of sucks. But she's gonna try at least extending something of a hand with this. And she, kind of clicks forward. She's like, there's a very interesting period of time that occurs after this. It's a bit outside of the domain of this, but I do think it's important to bring it up, just as a grander look at what exactly the Heigakani domain, what its role was. See, most domains in Rauji don't particularly have a grandiose kind of... they don't reach out much in history. They are mostly internalized. A few upon the borders of other states have conflicts, but otherwise they stick to themselves. Heigakani, however, there's a lot of interesting history around them because of their trade and those privateers I mentioned. They've interacted with a number of countries in the past, one including, she clicks over Gylardia, and beyond that, also the city-state of Harlow. And there's quite a few interesting tales about these interactions. She starts to change it up a bit, and she tries to address things from a bit more of a, all right. Hang on, let me just. Not so interested in Rauji history, huh? All right, let's see if we can drag it back. Bring you a bit more into history of itself. Let's see how this works. She's going to attempt to personalize history and drag it more directly into Howery's face.
Oh boy.
God.
Give me that roll to do.
Oh, that's really good.
Bam! Harry, roll to die.
Yeah, you got it. Roll the die. Nope. Oh, he's wounded. Hold on, he's
He
wounded.
is wounded.
For some
Unwound
reason.
that.
Let me unwound that. Oh yeah, because mini
Oh yeah,
RPs.
you fell in a river.
Yeah, I fell in the river and drowned in the mini RPs you can see on the Forgotten Indigo Patreon window to the last time. Yeah, alright, now let me roll to die against that. And... No, it still fails.
It still fails. You feel it, Harry, in this moment. God, it's hard to remain exactly disinterested, especially trade routes, talking to other foreign nations. Now this is the interesting stuff. This is why I actually came to this classroom. Hearing a mention of your hometown? Ah, damn, that's just about interesting. Oh, Harry, you take 5 damage as you are blown back in your seat by the sheer power of this lecture.
Yeah, no, you get hit by... Yeah, Teach, you see it. You look over at Harry and you see he raises a single eyebrow up in interest.
She continues off this point, and this is how she loops it back now. Not only is she going to talk about this, but she's going to use this as a contrast point by dragging it all back into the difference between more familiar cultures to some people and the way Raoji interacted with them. And not only that, she will loop it back around to the actual interactions between Raoji and Raoji itself. The differences between this domain and all the others. And I can roll real fast.
Oh yeah,
If you
give
like.
me another roll to do.
Yeah,
Let's
roll
see if we
again.
can complete the health bar of this encounter.
Ooh.
Okay, let me give it a roll. Okay, Teach, take it away.
All right. So she continues on, and she kind of makes a mentioning note of and let me swap back as her plan is in fruition. She swaps back. Hegagani's people. She kind of scoops over to the side and kind of starts addressing everyone again. When one thinks of Raojin culture at the time, as we mentioned, plenty of the other classes, there are all these... She ignores her. There are plenty of other... there are plenty of... She's teaching right now! Oh. I've already remarked on quite a number of similarities between all of the other Raojin domains. We've talked at length about the Hawk God's domain in its early form. We've talked a bit about the bureaucracy and how it started upon the Rat's God, and how their own functional study of government became what we knew of normal government for Raoji. But the most interesting thing about Hegakani isn't per se what they provided to the country as a whole once it formed. That is quite a interesting topic. We will get on that in another class. But really what's curious is how you see their interactions with other countries. She brings up this is it, a favorite quote. She brings up and goes into a quote between sailors on the outside and the Hegakani domain. It's very funny.
Hey, roll for joke success.
Okay. Teach found it very funny.
Teach,
And she,
Teach, you have captivated this audience perfectly well, and you tell a shit joke, and none of them get it.
she laughs. She laughs in that way that your teacher laughs when they tell a joke they think is funny. But she goes on regardless, and she instead wraps it around, talking about the more fiery nature of the Hegakani domain, how much more open and direct they were, not by the standards of Gylardia, but in a way, there is a connection between Gylardia and the Hegakani domain that honestly went past any other negotiations they ever held. The only two that hold trade rights to that island to this day are Gylardia and Harlow, and a few other people from Windows as well. But really, the important thing is lapping it all together. She's going to continue off a few notes. This whole time she was interspersing a number of pointing out dates simply by pointing to them. Everyone has the dates they need on their sheets. However, The most important thing is getting the feel of this specific group. Going through the actual text, you'll get a lot more out of it if you understand where they're coming from. That is empathizing with history in her mind. And she continues with that thought.
Teach,
Yes.
with the previous roll, before your joke, you depleted the hit point bar of the encounter. That's right. Teaching a class like this is your wheelhouse. This is your domain. You can easily redirect the course of the conversation to the most interesting parts. Temper the boring with the good. Temper every bad joke with a good one. One punch after the other, you manage to completely win over your class. That's right. Another battlefield, fought and won. Given time, the class clears out.
They die.
Goes forward with the eraser and is smiling as she just starts erasing stuff again. She stops, puts it down, and then kind of twists over and turns to Sonder. Thank you very much.
Sonder nods.
I was able to gesticulate more because you were doing all that stuff. You notice that, yeah, throughout the entire process, she was just slamming chalk into the board every time there's a date. It's almost like a verbal, like not a verbal, but like a noise to draw attention back to what was going on.
Emphasis bangs.
Emphasis bangs. And she moves to the side real fast, and then she kind of turns around. Noctua, thank you.
Sheepishly comes into the room.
The whole time. Every time Noctua peeked in, Sonder's eyes went instantly.
I have finished grading the papers.
She kind of grabs them and takes a look at them. Okay, excellent. We can get on that later. She kind of nods her head. With that, I think that's yes.
I wish you the best of luck with your new teacher's assistant. Sonder, vibe check immediately. The feelings radiating off of Noctua are like, she's trying to be happy for Teach and happy for you at the same time. Internally, she feels so defeated and jealous. And then you look over at Teach's face and it's a blank expression like, huh?
Like, what?
They're both like that. Teach is just like, my new TA. Oh, she kind of reaches over and just gives Natsu a pat on the shoulder. No. That's not what's happening here. Don't worry.
Okay. I just heard discussions about how you were able to make it much further with his writing on the board, and I swear I am working on how well I can. She starts to rattle off how she is improving and how she can still be an asset to you as a teacher's assistant.
You don't need to worry about that. You're still my teacher's assistant, and I wouldn't have that any other way.
Okay. She nods to herself like, okay, very well, if that is the case.
Sonder simply came in today, and he was willing to give a hand because, I mean, it was either that or sitting in the chair over there. She kind of turns over again. You know, if there's one thing you could probably manage a little bit more as a TA, maybe try to not be so late all the time, Noctua. Let's this is cruelty. We're gonna do this. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh, she can't even break through. That's like a I can't even say this with a straight face. I kind of want her to be there early, but I can't bring myself to actually say that to her in a joke.
You start to be mean to her, and then you look into her eyes, and you're like,
stupid slug eyes.
Yeah.
Stupid slug eyes, and she and Sonder are both staring at you, and your mouth opens, and instead you let out a very awkward, if you want to be a better TA, you should for a second, and Noctua's like,
you know what? I can't think of anything. You're doing great.
Excellent. Okay, I will continue to do great then. Noctua is clearly very hurt by this.
Noctua is pleased.
She feels very proud of this. You're a bump on the far side of the room though.
Oh.
Who bumping?
There's a
Something.
disruption as somebody moves back in.
Who
And
dares to bump?
you take a look at this person, and that's one of your students. Yeah, they start to move in.
Oh,
Teach.
a cat.
Moves to the side. And she kind of goes over and he's like, "Hey there, what's up?"
Hey, oh, you two are still here. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
She moves in and then looks over and actually sees Sonder on the far side of the room. Oh, yeah, the new TA is really good. Not to a... but I heard a rumor the other day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
She kind of leans in a little bit. What's the rumor?
I heard that you play a mean game of dodgeball.
She kind of like, her eyes peek up a bit. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my good heavens, who would say such a thing?
Well, rumors have been going around about that new hole in the gym floor.
Ah!
So yeah, we were hoping to maybe practice against you. Like the whole dodgeball team, we're gonna go up against Tide at some point. So
She kind of raises up. It's like, really? Practicing dodgeball? I mean, she thinks. Of course. She has to. There's no other way. They're asking for her help, and she has the means.
yeah, you if you drop by the gym, actually, we're all on break right now. I don't know what your plans are, but like we're gonna be there all day. Like
Next class isn't for at least a little bit, so I can definitely. If you're ready now, I can do it now.
yeah, let's do it. Come on.
All right. She kind of turns over, and her eyes dart over to you two. You coming?
Noctua looks at Sonder.
Sonder looks at Teach. Slow blink like cat.
she kind of looks back. I think you're being paid to help me, so I could use some help. She smiles. I'm not gonna force you to do anything. If you just want to sit on the bleachers, you can. But she kind of steps up a little bit. It's just a game of dodgeball. It's gonna be fun. Hell, she kind of like turns over. I have no idea how many the difficulty of your previous jobs, but I can make the claim that playing dodgeball for whatever Daringway's paying you is going to be the easiest paycheck you've ever had.
Fucking gutty.
Excuse me?
Sonder.
Sonder accepts dodgeball.
Sonder accepts the reality of dodgeball, and you three fucking pillar men, you giants, move into the gym.
Can we just kill children?
Let me put you all
Now,
down here.
Sonder, they're not children. They're all adults.
Hey, Sonder.
Yeah.
Vibe check right now.
Yeah, let's vibe check against the children.
So basically you're gonna quickly scan the room, and man, it's ever since you started talking to Teach, she's been radiating a certain energy.
Oh yeah, no. Well, she is clearly pumped.
Yeah, so she actually, man, she reminds you of something. She kind of reminds you of the Tide's Edge. Like, this dumbass competitive spirit. This, like, burning heart that's starting to pour out from all of Teach's, like, orifices. You see those glasses shine again, and you start to feel it yourself. There's some rowdy energy in the air right now, and you look over to our other TA. Yeah, she's so serene. She's probably very calm about this. She has this air of quietude around her.
God,
And you
no.
peer a little deeper, and beneath
Yeah,
that
Noctua's
quiet,
a dumbass.
there is a dumbass.
Nico knows Noctua is a fucking dumbass. His rowdy icon isn't done, but we'll get there. We'll get there. There's a rowdy icon in the works.
I still imagine you'd swap to it and it's just a sketch.
Yeah, Sonder. God, you're feeling it. You're feeling it, actually. This is the essence of competition.
No, I've got the closest thing we're gonna get to a rowdy icon until the rowdy icon is done.
Yeah. That's great.
Noctua,
I
like,
can kill some kids.
Nocto on the far side of you is like loosening up, like she's stretching, making sure the prosthetics fit right. Teach on the other side is radiating some sort of hideous aura. What does Sonder do?
God. I think God. All right, this is we're getting into some I haven't considered any of this territory. Sonder is Sonder, and based on previous experiences where this energy where he's been sitting in like stewing in similar energy, it would have been when he was getting ready for a fight.
Yep.
You'll remember last time you were in a thing where there was a group of 6 people, one on each side, lined up against each other.
Yup, that sure is.
Flashback to the crowbar and the destruction of a certain moth's knees.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
You sit there stewing in this, and you start to feel the rowdiness pour through you. This one takes a step forward. Okay, no hard feelings if we win too fast. Good luck, you 3. She's 5'2". She has the audacity to run up and say that to you guys who are like.
Behind the menacing order,
Oh,
behind
huge.
behind the menacing aura, when they come up and do that, inside Teach simply thinks, "Oh, I hope they do really good." They'll need it after all.
Meanwhile, Saunders like fight brain.
Vibrating.
All right.
Okay. Very well. Let's all take a ball then. You all like move up to the middle line. That's right. This isn't just a normal dodgeball game. There will be no scrambling back and forth. This is a simple shooting challenge. Hit the target, succeed, and defeat them in a roll to do. So they're all gonna roll to die.
Okay.
So everybody in this instance, drop your swings, roll to die. We're gonna determine who goes first. This could
All right.
be the difference between life and death.
That's supposed to be a +4, but yeah.
Yes, let me see. Let me get time.
Roll to boop, boop.
You know what? This one. No, that's a little too much. Let's do. Yeah, this one's fun. Here's your dodgeball music.
Excellent.
Okay. Noctua, go.
Yes, Noctua, go. Ah.
Yes, Noctua wounded. She's. Oh boy. Okay. Hey, Sonder.
Hey, Sonder.
You get to go first.
Oh, damn.
Sonder's fucking ready.
Okay, so let's see. We said this was just like a straight up shooting challenge. We're just
Oh yeah, you gotta hit
knocking
him.
out the teeth of children. All right.
Sonder, they're not children. It's okay.
They're at least in their 20s. Maybe not all of them, but some of them, you know. Well, Sonder target sighted this small child. I'm going to keep calling them children. I don't know what you want from me. When they.
Oh my god.
So I guess that one's the first target.
Oh boy. Okay, give me a roll to do.
Get rolled. Let's see how this goes.
Beat that. They're actually pretty good
Ooh.
at this.
Not
No. They're like, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I'm gonna defeat all. Boom! Sunder before anyone. Time is called, and literally that instant, this child is just obliterated, gone, and no one even sees no one sees it. But hey, Teach, actually, give me a roll to do right now to perceive Sonder.
I see. I will do that.
Perceive.
Okay, so you have a split second to look over, and time almost slows down as you watch Sonder. The whistle is called, and with fucking terrible, brutal efficiency, he reels back and full body cannonballs the shot with all of his muscle, and they are just thrown aside. The ball flies up, hits the wall, and then like just sticks in the corner.
Teach immediately yells out, taking this opportunity, rolling with that 21. She's like, never forget, the moment the bell goes, the battle begins.
Are you going next?
Maybe so, yes. As she immediately moves to hit the next person up.
Okay.
She tosses a pretty decently tossed ball.
6 plus a 3. Oh!
Ah,
But they
nice.
dodge! They slide along the ground, maintaining their ball, and then they get up and teach. This is coming your way.
Excellent, let's see.
Roll to die versus this. Oh.
Okay. I forgot to add it, didn't need it. Nice.
Easily you get out of the way. Noctua is going to go. And seeing them on the ground, she's like, this is my chance. And she leaps into the air and fucking volleyball spikes the ball down on them, hitting them in the small of the back. They roll along the ground. This last one's going to run up. This is coming Noctua's way. Okay, and then a die. Noctua dives backwards, managing to put distance between herself and the ball. This one random guy is left. Oh, crap! All of you, drop, reset, go again.
All right.
Everyone target sights this game.
Like, the fucking building horrifying presence behind you all. Noctua throws the ball up in the air. Noctua throws the ball up in the air and catches it again. Pretty good to survive the initial barrage. Let's do this one. 12.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
And
Is
let's
Teach
check
keeping
Go
you low?
first, then.
Okay.
Yes, she will. I forgot to add a 4 to that again. So Teach will go first.
Is blue, because his blue is silly.
His blue is silly.
Teach ducks down, goes up a little, and then and then like does a sideways toss at him from the side.
Ooh. Teach,
Oh.
here's the thing. This
Huh?
is Clash.
Oh.
Kill him.
You do! Teach, narrate how you annihilate this person.
Annihilate isn't exactly what she's going for. She moves up and she goes for a toss, and she sees how he's gonna do the same thing. He was also aiming for the far end person who might not be paying attention. So quicker, she speeds up, and it's very swift where she just moves, tosses it forward, and it ends up bumping against his shoulder pretty, like, it's a dodgeball, but it doesn't, like, knock him flying back or anything like that. She kind of stumbles to the side as she notices that, almost getting hit by his.
Crap, yeah, that's me. He throws his hands up.
Whew!
Okay,
Oh.
very well.
Oh, she kind of stops for a moment, and she kind of steps up, and she just takes a few breaths, and she's just like looking over. Wow, you almost got me with that one. She kind of yells off to the corner.
Hey, thanks. Moves in. She moves forward. Wow, you guys are really something.
She kind of puts up her hand to shake.
Yeah, she shakes her hand.
Mm-hmm. She just kind of smiles a bit, and she's like, "I hope that was elucidating at all."
Yeah, I guess so.
Ah.
I don't know if I could copy any of. Looks over at Sonder. Any of those techniques.
Eye contact.
I mean, you absolutely could. You've got the energy. The fact you're so fired up, I think you. She kind of like, you got so fired up, you didn't even see it coming.
Yeah, that was incredible. I think I heard like it's like sound stopped happening. She says, and like starts to bounce the ball on the ground. You think we got a shot against the tide?
She kind of thinks about that. Huh. The Tide are the rowdiest, toughest bunch of dodgeball players I know. She kind of thinks, and she turns over. You're gonna need to get some practice in, but, pretty sure they're out of practice. You know how we just came in and gave you a few quick hits?
Yeah.
I'm sure you practice your opening game a bit. You might be able to catch them on surprise, too. They got that similar, real rowdy energy to them. They love just going in on it.
They all look at you, Sonder, again. Opening, huh? They start to move over to you. How'd you do that?
Teach adjusts her glasses and turns over,
Sonder surrounded.
and she examines Sonder deeply. How will he do this? How will he approach?
Oh my goodness. Hold on. Everyone looking at him, we're gonna get a brief look at another icon.
Yep. They all gather around you and you're like,
Anxiety. For a very brief moment, Sonder has anxiety. He takes a second, clearly not used to so many eyes being on him at once. And for a moment has to take a moment to consider, because he had not, there was no, he just did. You just don't give him time to react.
Strike him before they have a chance. So, this one's gonna roll to 2 really quick to internalize lesson. Let's go around the way and Sonder. This one's like, no time to react, huh? But then the two in the back are like, yeah. Like, if we practice along with, like, when they blow the whistle, we could just bombard them right off the bat. They don't even have a second to think about it. Yeah, almost like a starting gun. Yeah, exactly like that. You guys got it? Thanks, big guy. This one punches you on the shoulder. This has happened a lot in the past. It's frustrating.
Teach approaches from behind, like, hey, do you have a whistle on you, perhaps? Got anything in, like... Oh, you do? Cool. Can I follow that real fast?
Yeah, of course.
All right, line up. She yells, line up and gets everyone back in the room. And she's going to run them through whistle rush tactics. She's going to run a couple of rounds and basically just get them to, like, train their instincts to go immediately.
Reflexes,
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Sonder, Noctua has joined in. Yeah, Noctua has joined in the line without thinking about it. Does that mean Sonder joins in the line without thinking about it?
Yeah, that's absolutely what that means. This is just what's happening now. He's accepted this is what's happening.
You all run through a set of drills, and eventually, Teach, you actually do this to the point that everyone is perspiring. Like, they're starting to breathe heavy. These two in the back, not so much, but like, you work them to the point that you feel satisfied, more or less. You're like, yes, they've made good progress.
Yeah, good.
She's panting heavily. You think this is good enough to beat the tide? I don't know, maybe.
She kind of, like, puts it down, and she kind of steps up. Well, you'll never know until you try. It might be, it might not be, but the wonderful thing about a competition like this is that it won't be your last chance. If anything, if you put in the fire and you give it a good attempt, I know there's plenty of people that will be inspired by you regardless on the tide. They'll absolutely want to play with you again if you go in all out on them.
It's not just that. I mean, like, we gotta win back the university's pride, you know? People have been stepping all over us for so long. The tide thinks they're all good because RNA recognizes them, but, like, we'll show them. She, like, stands up.
Jay.
Yeah.
Play the sad story music.
Oh, I am. I was already. It might have broken for you.
I think it did. It did, yes. Damn.
Let me play it again. Let me everybody refresh. This is very important.
This is very important.
I don't know how to refresh it, please.
I'm refreshing because it's very important. But regardless, I'll keep talking. Teach looks across at them and thinks about that. She's like, damn it. Oh no. She realizes something, actually. Hey, are you club president?
Yeah.
Oh, how long you been club president?
2.5 years at this point, I guess.
She nods her head. Dang. You must have been keeping this club going that entire time, huh?
Yeah, like, I don't know. We used to have a lot more people, but, things kind of changed. University took a big hit, you know? And, we've been keeping it running ever since, but, You know how things are. Thankfully, you can still have a dodgeball team with just 3 people.
She kind of nods her head and she thinks, like, these 3 have been going at this entire time. And she also looks at this person in front of her and thinks, and she's been fronting it the entire time as well. There's probably been plenty of people. The other 2 are inspired as well, but she's probably seen many faces come and go. The struggle of a club captain trying to keep their club alive, but never being able to bring in new talent, never being able to hook someone. I mean, come on. Professional dodgeball, who gives a crap about that? And that makes Teach furious. She feels an overwhelming fiery passion burn inside of herself for a bit. She's done this before. Why not do it again? Of course. She's gotta. She, kind of thinks, and she's like, well, you know what? You're kind of right. The university's pride's on the line after all. She kind of thinks a bit. All right, I'll tell you what. How about, if you want, I'll drill you guys at least once a week till game day happens. Maybe more.
Really? You'll do that?
Absolutely. If the time's free, I'll do it.
They all look around. We haven't ever had a coach before. Yeah, this is a pretty good break. Yeah. They turn around. We'll happily accept. But first, we need a team name.
She kind of thinks, a team name, of course. She
They've
stops
just been a simple club, but competing, yes, fighting, facing the tide, they need a proper title that only the club coach could provide.
Huh. She thinks, well, you're the club president. Out of anyone, you've got the passion and you've got the status. So what's it gonna be?
They start to look over. They come back this way. That's right. She only respects one person. Well, she respects you a lot, Teach, but she respects one person the most. The one that annihilated her earlier.
Oh, God.
How about the university? What was that like? What's this? I feel like I'm picking up a vibe. The university, cannonballs. Sonder, you hear the phrase cannon and you're like,
University cannonballs, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna be starting and learning with that. The moment the whistle pops, it's like a fuse that lights the cannon, and the ball fires, and it knocks him dead.
Yeah, exactly.
She nods her head.
They all
That's
look
pretty
over
cool.
to you, Sonder, again.
God.
Noctua is just like looking between you and them, like, haha. Well, thank you so much, Coach. She moves forward and shakes your hand.
Yeah.
The cannonballs are going to the top.
Absolutely. Coach Teach will help you there, but you're the ones who are going to claim the title.
Yeah, of course.
Do they have a title for dodgeball?
Teach, you feel like you've accepted a side quest.
Yeah. The title of dodgeball.
You start to reflect on that as they head out, incredibly excited about their new coach.
She kind of thinks about that a bit. Oh, nice. It's been a while since I've done a club like that.
Noctua looks over to Sonder. You were extremely effective.
Sonder gives like a small shrug, not to the one, but a big one.
Noctua takes this as confirmation and begins smiling.
Be confirmed, you deserve it.
Oh.
Well, I actually have to go. I have to set up for my recital later.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. She stops and then looks at you, Teach. Are you going to be there?
Of course, we can stop on by and take a look.
Excellent.
Says we.
Sonder slow blinks and looks at Teach.
You feel like she has just taken a side quest for you.
Senses that he's just been volunteered for something.
Okay, thank you very much. I wish you both the best of luck. And she bows deeply, and Sonder, it's funny. You feel the vibes coming off of her. Yes, no, all of that suppressed dumbass energy has turned to genuine peace and gratitude. It seems like over the course of that, like, Over the course of whatever happened with lining up in the dodgeball line, Noctua appreciated someone else who seemed to be just as caught up in the flow as she was. She's like, glad it wasn't just me this time. Waves, leaves.
It wasn't just me being an idiot. I'm so glad.
Teach holds the dodgeball and kind of spins it in her hands for a second, and just kind of like, she kind of turns around and does a light little toss at Sonder's shoulder. And it's just like, does it just hit, or what happens?
I out of like sheer pure reflex, he catches it.
Ooh, nice.
Nothing changes on his face. You're not even sure if he realized he did it.
Dang, always alert. She kind of steps on up, and she's like, okay. She actually is like, hey, can we sit down for a second? She already kind of starts walking off this way real fast.
Just assume he's gonna.
yeah, because it's Sonder.
Yeah.
She sits on down and just takes a moment to take a breath and relax a bit after some physical exertion. And she starts off by turning over, so have a little fun there? You seem to really get into it.
Considers fun. Hold on. I suppose.
Oh, good. She's like, so, am I right or am I wrong? Pretty easy job? Potentially easier than what else we've been doing?
Well, easier than that.
Mm-hmm. She's just kind of like, yeah. Huh. I guess that's just a little bit. Well, thanks for taking on this one, I guess. Sure. That doesn't... What happens if it ends up conflicting, though? Like, what if we're being watched by the mob or something?
He considers. Suppose we'll deal with that if it happens.
I guess so. She kind of thinks a little bit more about that. Well, if at any point today things get too much, just let me know, okay?
He watches her for a second, slow blink like cat. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure it will. I mean, you seem to handle those students pretty well.
He looks at the door that they left through.
Like, she's like, hey, I mean, regardless of what you're feeling, you managed to actually deal with the situation. In fact, with those reflexes, you're just a really practical guy. Get all those outside stimuli out of the way real quick. Honestly, pretty cool.
He head tilt like confused dog.
She's like, well, oh, I guess that's weird. Yeah, sorry if I'm wrong. Do you actually like hanging out with people a lot? Or is it more of like a mix? I guess I'm a bit caught up. I just assumed from some of reactions, you might be a little antisocial.
I don't mind people. They don't tend to notice me, and I'm fine by that. I'm not entirely adverse to crowds, though.
She kind of thinks about that. Yeah, I can get that. She kind of thinks, takes a while to get over that kind of stage fright. Hell, she kind of thinks back. To a certain degree, I'm not over it. But hell. She kind of thinks, all right, well, that certainly ended quicker than I thought. She kind of like, she thinks a little bit. Hey, Sonder. Got a bit of time until the next thing we gotta do. I guess I'm getting a moment of pause. I want to ask you on this one first, and this is a little more personal. Would you mind if I told someone here about the memory situation around people remembering you? That thing? I think they might be able to help me come to terms with it a bit more, understand it. He kind of takes. She sees that response.
He looks a little annoyed, but it's like, if you think it'll help you, go for it.
She kind of like thinks about that. I mean, It might. She's a little more familiar with that kind of stuff, even if I'm not the biggest fan. She kind of like stops
Let me
a
ask
bit. And,
you something.
all right, sure. She kind of
Do you
thinks.
want to?
Saunders asking her a question.
Are you doing it for you or for me?
Well, primarily me. I can't honestly tell what you want, so I'm not doing anything for you yet. Is that something that interests you, though?
He slow blink and seems to accept that answer, and he's like, he's like, do what you need to do for you.
All right. She kind of thinks about that a little more. And suppose you get something out of it too. Would that make you happy?
He considers this for a moment. I don't know what I would want out of that.
She kind of thinks about that a bit. I mean, fair enough. She kind of thinks a little bit more about that, but she wants to press a little bit more, but she actually decides she's going to drop that particular line of thinking for now, and it's just like, all right. Well, she kind of stands up a little bit and just kind of like puts out a hand to him. Come on, you want to go?
He stands.
She puts her hand back. Okay.
Teach, where you headed?
And as she well, this is fine. She's as she starts heading out. So, one more thing. Don't let her get to you. We're gonna go talk to Alcott.
Okay, excellent.
Slow blink like cat.
So you're gonna go talk to Alcott. That's
We're gonna talk to
fantastic.
Alcott.
Alcott's
Fucking hell.
Alcott's between classes.
Excellent.
That's great.
Perfect. What a wonderful thing to hear.
What a great
Oh, how fate
coincidence.
ties us
How
together.
coincidental that Alcott would be between classes right now.
Right now, of all times in the
How
middle of
nice
the day,
for
around
all of
lunch.
I love that for us.
Okay, you come in. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You walk into the room. Let's grab a good. You know what? No, this one works. You come in to Alcott's room, and yeah, she's already cleared out. And she's sitting down in her plush, overgrown, borderline throne on the far side of the room.
Door slams open. Entering.
Oh, Martha, great to see you again.
She's
Vibe
like,
check.
That's so funny. Teach, tell Sonder your vibes.
Teach's vibes are, they're kind of weird actually. Not in like oh, something's wrong here, but it's sort of like this is like, it's like she's getting a little bit of pleasure from this. Like, oh boy, this is great. I'm so happy I get to the one to be able to engage this time. There's not so much open malice, so much as there is a kind of like, oh boy, I hope I can beat you this time. You're gonna be surprised about this. And there's also like a bit of genuine kind of like, I hope she can answer this.
Yeah, Sonder, you feel that. You don't feel anything from Alcott yet as she crosses the room and moves towards you. Oh, and who's your friend?
Oh, well, she steps over and hops over and down the stools until she's all the way down here, and she's like, oh. She steps back. She kind of hops down.
Stairs. Holy shit.
Yeah, you can walk around if you want.
Oh, I can? She
Of
turns
course
back.
you can.
Oh my goodness, you're right. She kind of stops, and she's like, oh. Anyways, she turns back over. How are classes?
Oh, they're delightful.
Excellent. I'm so happy about that. She kind of stops a bit, and she kind of releases a breath. She almost sits down on the front desk. I should tell you that as much as I'm not here for nefarious purposes today.
Oh, what are you here for then?
She thinks about that. Actually, I had a bit of a question I was hoping you'd be able to answer.
A question for me?
Yes, a question for you.
Gross.
Alcott, did you
Yeah.
perchance know anything about She kind of thinks, and she pulls her head a bit forward, a little, like she kind of stops a moment. Alka can sense she's trying to figure out how to word this, and she's I seem to be experiencing something of a problem, and I feel like you're the one who might actually. In this case, I must admit your vast knowledge would outstrip mine. In this case, unfortunately, as embarrassing it is for me to admit as a history teacher, I think I'm having problems remembering some stuff.
Oh, you don't say. She speaks up.
She stops and kind of turns over. Would you happen to know anything about a case of forgetting a person? In a daily case, you walk up, you see them, you talk to them, and you simply don't remember them the next day? No details?
A case like that would be extremely severe. She looks over to you, Sonder. And you look over to Alcott. And hey, Sonder.
I would like to flavor him looking over to Alcott. When she turns his attention to him, he was watching Teach, and when he feels her attention come to him, his gaze slides over, still at Teach level, and then slides down.
Hey, Sonder. As your gaze slides down to Alcott, something weird happens. Give me a roll to die.
Oh
boy.
No.
What I'm here for.
Thanks, Teach. Alcott picks it up first. She picks it up first, and she backs up almost immediately. Putting some distance between you and her, you feel something. Or, well, it's rather something different. The lack of anything from Alcott. She gives you nothing. And that's a funny thing, because she looks at you and seems to have a similar reaction your direction.
Sonder, head tilt like confused dog.
A case of forgetting people, you say?
Yes. She kind of thinks, and then she kind of stops, and her smile goes down just a little bit. She's still got one kind of there. She's more like direct in this case. Yes, I would say. At first, I thought it was my problem because, of course, I have some memory problems. However, I really wanted some confirmation. You see, this is someone, a new acquaintance of mine. Goes by Sonder, and she's like, I'm sorry, if you want to introduce yourself.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Sonder. My name's Alcott. You start to, Sonder, it's weird, like, looking at her, you start to feel a different growing sensation. Yeah, I gotta get away from this one. This one's bad. This one's bad. This one's not good. Bad. Nope, not this one. Nope, fuck that. Nope.
Sonder is like the whole time is watching her very closely.
Well,
very alert in watching Alcott.
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to meet you, Sonder. Teach. Alcott quickly packs her shit up, and then starts to move in this direction.
She stops her real fast. No, what's going on?
I don't know 100%, but it's making me deeply uncomfortable, so, I should probably exit the room. Whatever's happening right now, not the biggest fan. Sonder, it's weird. As she says these words, you're starting to feel that a little bit too, and Alcott starts to make her way towards the doorway a little bit. Ooh, okay. Thank you for bringing this up, Teach. I'll definitely look into it very deeply. Thank you, as always, for remaining studious. Ta-ta, please lock my classroom for me. Alcott closes the door behind her.
Teach kind of looks, and her face finally goes to a bit of a frown. It's the same kind of frown on her other icon, as she's just kind of looking up, and she's thinking, She kind of steps by and kind of sighs out. I should address, that was absolutely not what I expected to happen. This wasn't yeah.
Sonder, who was watching the doors still, when Teach talks, looks back at her, just simply says, "She hated that."
It really did. How did you feel?
Sonder, as she leaves the room, that instinct within yourself starts to die down too. You're like, that's better. Way the fuck calmer now.
How did you feel?
Slow blink like cat.
Was that only one way, or?
Nico considers.
While you consider, Teach kind of looks around the class for a bit, and she does think to herself for a moment.
There's a fire.
Maybe not.
Sonder, after a moment of reflection, question mark. I'm gonna
Oh
put
God, Sonder's
big
reflecting.
question mark on that.
She kind of like, she's very curious, and actually, Teach is gonna try to empathize with Sonder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
That's a hard one.
Yeah, I know that's probably something.
He considers, how do you feel? How did you feel? Or like, I guess the question was it like, were you both uncomfortable? Were you both mutual? Well, like did he hate that as much?
Did you
as
hate
she
that,
did?
or yeah, or yeah?
And after a moment goes, I think it affected her a lot more.
Huh. So it did affect you, though. She kind of thinks about that. I was honestly just in for this to maybe get some answers, but it sounds like it's a lot more troublesome than just that. I guess that's going to be something I'll have to talk to her by myself about later. She stops. She's reflecting seriously. She just drew a chalk mustache on the Alcott on this place here, and she walks away.
Sonder, your vibe check picks up that Teach is deeply pondering, but also deeply delighted.
Being a shit.
She loved doing that.
So long as it's not. Well, I hope it doesn't. She kind of thinks it'll be fine. It's fine. She kind of stops and she looks over. Well, that was eventful.
Teach.
Also done a lot quicker than I thought.
Yeah, Teach. There's a lot of day left ahead of you.
Yeah.
I wanna ask you, what are you gonna subject Sonder to?
So first off,
What fresh hell?
she kind of thinks a bit, and well, first I'll lock up class. Sonder, you got anything you want to do?
God, does Sonder have it? No, because he's got
your job
more jobs,
later,
but they're
yeah.
late. All right. Well, his answer, as you can guess.
You can feel it.
Oh, really? Nothing then, huh? Okay. She kind of thinks a little bit about that. What do you usually do?
Oh my God.
What a question.
Sonder, God, what does Sonder usually do during the day? Everybody? Hey, chat. No, never mind. Shut up. No saying this. Sonder considers this. You know, Sonder considers a lot. And he, well, if I don't have a job, I usually just find somewhere to sit.
She kind of thinks about that a little bit. Just sitting, huh? For peace of mind, people watching.
I suppose a little of both, maybe more.
She kind of thinks about that. I know a pretty good spot for sitting, I guess, but she kind of thinks, all right, I'll see if I can fit that one in. She kind of thinks a little bit more. I have a few plans myself, and by the sound of it, actually no, she doesn't know. So if you don't have anything going on today, then well.
He kind of looks at her and is like, "You are what I have going on today."
Okay, nothing else.
Not until later.
Okay. Then let's see. What can I knock out now? She kind of thinks about that a little bit as well. All right. Oh, I was supposed to go talk to Vaughn about something real fast. I'm not quite sure if that was a private affair or otherwise, but I mean, if he wants to tell me something a bit secret, I can just, you know.
Please, please, I am begging you, bring
Oh, yeah, I'm
Sonder on
doing
your
it.
date.
I'm doing it.
Please,
I'm doing
I am begging you. Okay, okay.
I'm so sorry to everyone. Right now, I apologize.
Yes.
I apologize. The
Kinda
cosmos
thing.
and the stars.
She turns over. Well, if it's some kind of talk about business, I mean, hey, maybe it'll tie into what we're doing otherwise, so 2 birds with 1 stone. If sound good?
You know.
Well, let's go then.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Okay. 5-minute break. Chat. Hey everyone. Chat. Bail us out here. Chat. I need you right now to vote where they go on their date. Where is it gonna happen? Where is this going to occur? Let me find the list. You choose the arena, you choose the location, you choose the place that Sonder is going to have to sit between these two. Let's play this music.
Sander's already in hell. I don't know how to tell you that, James.
It's fine, man. Chat couldn't even hear what I said because I forgot to unmute my mic. It's fine.
Sander's existence is likely at least a small ambient hell.
Okay, vote on your phones. Here's your options.
Put on your phones, text 2.
Text 2. And then there we go. Okay. So
And if I knew there would be so much rowdiness, I would have finished that icon faster. I'm so upset. That's
Nope.
alright. The icon will be done for next session, or
Oh.
I will melt all of us. I will
Excellent.
end all of our lives.
excellent. So where are they headed? Are they going to go somewhere nostalgic, somewhere greasy, somewhere homey, or somewhere better?
Is that a poll to chat, or is that
That's a poll to chat.
nice?
Oh, I think I know where the greasy place is, and that would be hilarious. But you guys do.
Nostalgic found fun too. Oh man, there's plenty of options.
Listen,
I
legit,
think I know
all
where
of these are
better
all
is,
these are
too.
great. They 100% change who is available and around to interfere with the date, which is something worth keeping in mind.
God, I can't believe you're bringing Sonder on a date like he's your bodyguard or some shit. He's just like the bouncer gonna ominously stand behind you while you try to have a nice time with Vaughn.
What are you talking about?
You're here to investigate me.
Ugh.
Holy shit. This is an interesting spread so far.
Mm-hmm. It's been fun.
I don't have eyes. I can't see it. I don't know how it's doing.
Oh no. I'm
Yeah,
going
we came up with this list a few days ago when we were scheming,
Yeah.
and each one of them leads to various different hilarious outcomes.
I am going to go grab a thing for me tummy.
Go grab a thing.
And teaching time is done, which means I will reorganize myself.
Excellent.
Okay. This is great so far.
I love this.
Yeah.
I absolutely adored having you guys play dodgeball and like
Yeah.
you taught a class and
It was great. I was
all that
super
other
happy.
fun stuff.
I had a feeling I was going to teach class today. It was good. I liked it.
Good you had that feeling, or else you would have
I'm
gotten annihilated by the dumb dog boy.
No.
Yes. But that did not happen.
Yeah.
That did not happen. The slug's tears fell upon deaf ears. I loved that instant deflection of, hey, Noctua, go grade papers outside. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm. You know what? It's fine. I'm not too sorry. It all went out alright. You're doing okay.
She got better. She's tough.
She got better. She's fine. She doesn't need an apology.
Holy shit, Teach.
She probably deserves
I only
it.
befriend the strong.
I only befriend it if this is weak enough to break you, have it break you out of my friend circle. So, The option of where do you go on your date is somewhere better.
Oh.
Mm.
You have chosen death.
Oh boy.
You've chosen death, but for whom?
No, we don't know.
Well, let's see. Sooner than later.
Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to explain what the possibilities behind each of them were. Actually, I'm gonna take a hot sec to explain the locations that we did not get.
Ah.
So, somewhere greasy, Underworld. Obviously, you were going to be there, and going to Underworld provided you with unique advantages. Basically, everything was in your favor. You had both Hojo there, and you had Noctua there to, like, interfere in case anything got bad. Somewhere nostalgic was the Tide Restaurant. You'd go in there,
No,
and
not that
that's
one.
the... Yeah. What was that?
Tide Restaurant was somewhere homey.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you went to the Tide Restaurant, you got, you'd basically be in Vaughn's court. You'd have people backing him up. Somewhere nostalgic was the noodle shop. And,
Nice. I knew it was going to be a good choice.
yeah, no, nostalgic would have been really nice. You used to stop by that noodle shop all the time. But you went to somewhere better. I wonder what that means.
I do wonder what that means. Oh,
Teach, what do you think somewhere better is?
somewhere better.
No.
Huh. Well, better than what? It's a weird thing to say. Somewhere better? What?
Well, say theoretically, you're talking with someone about where you're gonna go eat. And they're coming up with a list of different places you can maybe go eat at. Where would you suggest if you heard their list and said, you know what, I have a better idea?
There's only one spot.
Of course there is.
A scenic view.
There's a scenic view.
A
And there's a
homely
great-
environment. Delicious
It's a great
food.
place to dump the body after you're done.
The most depressing thing about all this is that she doesn't even know it's a date.
Well, it could not be a date. Teacher, are you changing?
No,
No?
probably not. I mean, she's comfy right now.
Going straight in your work clothes?
I am back with a hot muffin.
I mean, yeah,
Fantastic.
she is, because she's dragging Sonder around, and so it's like she probably wouldn't just head back, change, and do that. Like, she'd probably just...
Bring
Yeah.
Sonder to your home.
So, everyone has decided to take you somewhere better. That's right. You run down a list of different locations that you could go to. A few possible results from a long list. In fact, Indigo is a place overflowing with food. Noctua has told you many times about the various spots favored by the gourmand. However, there's one place that outstrips everything. You're gonna go talk to Vaughn, and for that you need something better. The best place in the city. Teach!
Mm-hmm.
You're getting ribs.
Excellent. Perfect. Yes.
I want to highlight, so time stops. Everything is frozen now. It's time to make a crucial decision. Who
All right.
is sitting where?
see.
Take me to the table. Oh my god. Holy
There
shit.
is one table.
And a bench.
And there's a
There's
bench.
a bench. There's a bench.
Listen.
Sunder's chilling on the
In
bench.
which case, Teach sits at her prime normal position. She always sits here.
A pincer attack, placing Vaughn between the two of you. Brilliant.
Oh my god.
Should conversation go well, you'll forget about the eyes boring into your skull from behind.
So,
Maybe.
Maybe.
here's the part where I wash my GM hands of the situation and hand it over to J-Man.
All
Because
right, J-Man.
I don't got shit here. What happens?
You know, you call up Vaughn and go, yeah, no, it's time for us to go and have that chat you wanted, and you guys walk down here and you're like, after discussing for a little bit, about like what places to go and eat. You go, no, I have a better idea.
Yeah.
And you drag him all the way down here to this rib shop that's also a pet store. And Vaughn sits down on the bench, and he kind of looks up at you, trying his best to ignore the sond behind him. And he
Don't
goes,
worry about him. He's furniture.
Vaughn speaks up, going, well, I can't say I've ever actually been here before. I think this place actually opened a little after the tide kind of changed what it was doing, but it's nice to try new places.
Absolutely. No, you're gonna love it. This is probably my favorite place to eat in all the city.
Yeah. Internally, Vaughn thinks to himself, though, in this very moment, this is the place that you said had better ribs than the Tide Straught.
Yeah,
back in
she
the
did.
date with Garm.
Yeah. This is a place of much pride.
Mm-hmm. And Vaughn kind of straightens his back a little bit and he goes, I know, how about we order before we eat?
Absolutely, sounds good. She steps up and she's gonna like, have anything in particular in mind, or?
What would you recommend?
Well, she kind of thinks the ribs are always great. That's what I get normally. I usually get a big platter and share them with whoever I'm with.
Vaughn internally thinks to himself once again, the ribs. These ribs that dared to bring shame to his own recipe. He kind of like strokes his goatee a bit and goes, yeah, I think I will try those.
All right, she steps over, oblivious to the competition in mind, as she goes over, orders, and then sits on down. All right, so she kind of crosses over and just kind of sits directly across.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say right off the bat, it's nice to talk to you again.
Same.
I feel like it's been actual years, so.
Yeah, he actually kind of thinks to himself, yeah, no, I don't think it's been like, what, 10 or so years now? Since we actually sat down.
God, probably so. She kind of like rubs her head a little bit. Yeah, no, that's kind of wild.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I don't even remember what we were talking about. Huh? She kind of just like sits up a little bit then. Well, lots changed. You've certainly been keeping busy.
Yeah. He kind of stretches back his head, and I hear you're still doing the job at the university. That's nice.
Absolutely. She's like, wow, yeah, almost 10 years ago, I probably would have been just around starting tutoring. So yeah, no, tutor, now I'm a dean. 10 years, could do a lot. I mean, I don't need to tell you that.
Yeah. He kind of scratches the back of his head a little one thought, and he goes in and grabs one of the go ahead. He grabs one of these ribs and he takes a bite really quick. Hey, Jay, can you give me a roll to do for the ribs?
Absolutely. Ooh, can I roll for the rib shop owner?
Yeah.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, fuck yes. This would be...
I know what his stats are.
Yeah, I think it would be... This one would be this one at this point.
Oh.
Bam! Fucking excellent!
And Vaughn takes a bite of these ribs and then internally thinks, huh, pretty good.
Oh, things are going in your direction.
He's going to actually roll to die really quick. Ah, interesting. The calm.
Calming ribs. They kill the anxiety. They simply bring peace. This is why she likes them too. She takes a bite of ribs as well.
Nice. Vaughn kind of like thinks about that, and he chews on the ribs and then swallows, and he just kind of like looks at you and speaks up. Oh yeah, I suppose I should kind of get into what I wanted to talk to you about before we're here for too long.
Fair.
He kind of puts his hands on the table and then kind of like holds his hands together and looks at you, feeling what's Sonder doing right now? I'm curious.
Yeah. Oh,
Nico?
I muted. But my unfiltered reaction was, what the fuck do you think, Sonder?
I'm gonna assume staring into the back of Vaughn's head.
furniture. He's sitting. Don't worry about him. He's just being aware of the area around him.
Yeah, Vaughn, I'm gonna roll really quick. I'm gonna do a classic roll to do just to see if Vaughn can manage to properly ignore the sound in the back. No. Well, it is a 19. I guess he did pretty good at rolling sound. Roll to sound against Vaughn really quick.
Roll to
for me.
sound.
Against Vaughn?
Yeah, roll to die, then give me a roll to do versus that one.
Let's see how much the sandpaper scratches against him. Oh, wow, it was close.
Oh.
Oh, could you lock in something to win?
You totally can.
You can.
Do you want to?
I lock in his red.
Oh.
Because
Is that
his
a-
red would, like, because of what his red is, it would engage in, I think, an interesting way.
Ooh, interesting.
okay.
Yes, you're correct. Actually, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
do it.
that's what I want to do because I'm interested in that.
That
I
aura.
want to know how these two things are going to engage with each other.
Okay. So, Sonder, your eyes bore into the back of Vaughn's head, and he feels, he feels the cat. He feels the sheer, just full-on pressure of whatever the fuck that is. And he then he kind of swallows a bit and then chooses to try to ignore that and looks up at Teach and goes, "So, I was actually wanting to ask you, a few days ago at I met you at the Pinion Tower Bank, right?"
Right, yeah. She kind of, like, thinks about that a bit. Yeah, that was a whole affair, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I'm gonna ask, what are you doing with the Mafia right now?
She, kind of thinks about that for a moment, and she's just like, that's really the most annoying thing, being considered with the Mafia, but I guess that makes sense. She kind of, thinks about that. Well, she tries to work this out a bit. Unfortunately, my hands are tied, and at the moment, I can't really do anything about it. Well, she kind of adjusts that. At least that was true at the time. But since then, I think things are changing up a little bit. Things have been quiet, and I haven't engaged with them since.
You feel when Vaughn asks that question, you almost feel like an intensity start to slowly boil up for a bit, and then you go, "Well, my hands were tied," and then you kind of just feel the intensity just immediately evaporate in an instant, and he kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh yeah, I can get that."
Yeah, I bet you can. I'm sure that was a whole hellscape for you to maneuver too.
Yeah. Well, I can't help but wonder, what weird menagerie you got there? I mean, that guy was there.
You gotta let Peaks cover. Yeah, he was. Would you believe that he's not here for that right now?
Huh.
Yeah, to be actually just blunt, he's investigating, keeping an eye out, making sure that none of that affair is following me to my other work.
Well, that's good at the very least.
She kind of thinks about that. When did my job become my other work? She kind of just chews on a rib.
Oh, Teach, roll to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll to anxiety.
Roll for the cruel
Oh,
fate of reality.
that's pretty perfect. I'm gonna lock into that.
Okay, so if this beats an 18, you'll take damage. You should be very familiar to this exact dice roll from TSS.
Yes.
Time to take 12 damage, Teach.
Okay.
As psychically you are like, oh!
Teach deals psychic damage to herself.
Sonder,
Yeah.
you feel that. You're like, oh!
That's half of Teach's health, so that's
She
definitely
hates
it. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Sonder, I think you feel, I think that's half of her health, so I feel like immediately every bit of aura that Teach had earlier today is almost evaporates, and she's exactly like you remembered her whenever she was at work with the mob.
Aww.
And she kind of just, yeah, it's a whole lot. I want all this to be done, but it can't just be over yet, I don't think.
And why is that?
She kind of thinks about that a little bit. Well, currently I'm in a sort of predicament. You know, she actually thinks, well, if you draw back 10 years, you probably don't even need to. You probably just heard about it from briefings or whatever. Illyria Morales?
Mm-hmm. I do remember that name.
She kind of like adjusts in her seat a bit. Yeah, well, she got dragged into the whole thing. Even though she put off the family name, they just dragged her right back. And, unfortunately, that I didn't. Well, what the hell are you gonna do? Just leave your friend to rot? Been trying to keep out of doing anything that crosses a line. I'm not gonna let them do that for me, at least, but certainly been close. Hard to even tell what the line is anymore. Guess it's up to you guys to set it.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, not really. She kind of thought it's your bosses, right? You just gotta do what they say, right?
Yeah, you say that, and like you kind of see Vaughn's expression almost like kind of like damper a little bit. And he goes, "Yeah," and he kind of like leans back a little bit, then realizing, wait a minute, this bench doesn't have a back to it, and then he sits straight back up again. Yeah, that's about the case. Yeah. When you say that though, I'm actually gonna roll the die for Vaughn really quick.
Ooh, that's fun. Let me also adjust to teach real fast.
Oh.
Vaughn, I'm gonna hit you with something.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh.
Hey, this roll should look awfully familiar to you. Die.
There.
Oh, shit!
Hold on, maybe
Vaughn,
if I
take,
lock in something, I can beat it. No.
That's like 22 damage.
Hey Vaughn, take 22 damage from the weight of reality.
Oof. Both Teach and Vaughn beating the fuck out of each other with their mind.
You watch both of them submit themselves to pure psychic anguish, and you're like, wow.
Sonder.
Like,
Sonder.
what the fuck? Sonder.
Sonder, roll for vibe check right now.
Roll for
Roll for vibe check. What do you want from me?
Roll to die.
Roll to die.
Roll to die? Alright, let's
Now, this
go.
roll should be very familiar. Oh.
Now that roll should be very familiar. Roll that roll, Jay.
Sonder doesn't give a singular fuck.
He doesn't.
You be you, guys.
You
I'm
know,
just here to watch. I'm
Sonder,
furniture.
you feel this.
Psychic damage.
You feel these two people, and you're like, man, these two people are fucking bummers.
Sonder does not take ambient psychic damage.
Thunder does not give a fuck about ambient psychic damage. You just keep staring at Vaughn. You're fine, honestly.
Yeah, Vaughn like straightens himself up a bit. He goes, yeah, I guess you're right. But didn't you mention before that your hands weren't as tied anymore?
She kind of thinks about that. Well, she kind of thinks a bit. You know, during that time, she was actually one of the primary suspects. And until very recently, she was, well, under house arrest. Illegally, I'll mind you. She kind of takes a bite. The law means a shit. She just kind of chews a bit more, finishes up the rib, and then she kind of looks straight across. But even they've let go a little bit now. But even still, just because they've let her out of the sights there, that doesn't mean she's doing better. In fact, I don't think... They kind of pulled their claws in, and she still has to consider all of that again. So, as much as I'd like to wash my hands about it, I don't... Honestly, I don't... Even if I could, I don't think she can anymore. I mean, come on, what the... It's just so goddamn frustrating because she already tried to, and it seems like it's really impossible. Like, she kind of stops, and she thinks, Mon, have you, can I ask a bit of a personal question?
Shoot.
Alright. Have you ever felt that? You ever just wanted to wash your hands with everything here and go back to monster hunting?
Oh boy. I'm gonna drop his swing really fast and roll the die for that.
Oh boy. Teach, do you want to roll to do?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
See if you struck true.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, no, Vaughn. Oh, that's 10 damage to Vaughn.
Yeah, it's 10 damage also.
Vaughn kind of sits there and goes, yeah, to be honest, yeah. But, it's one of those things that gets kind of difficult when you have a bunch of mouths to feed, right?
She kind of nods her head a little bit. I mean, sure, though. It has to go just beyond that, right? I mean, more than mouths to feed. There's gotta... I don't know. I guess it's just... I can't even begin to really get it, so I guess all I could really do is ask.
Teach, roll to do again. Drop your swing, roll to die, and roll to do again. And Vaughn is going to do the same. This is a...
I'm gonna get back into that one.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh
boy.
Roll to do.
Alright. Oh boy.
Okay,
Oof.
so you roll to do, and it's like, yes, it's about to clash, but suddenly you feel it. Almost as if somebody perfect dodges around the question.
That's right. Vaughn's technique, his style is so absolute. It's applicable even in conversations.
He rolls the die again immediately and locks in yellow, even though he got the same fucking roll he did last time. And you can see him kind of look over and kind of glance behind him a bit at feeling once again the sheer radiating sond behind him, and he looks back at you and he goes, "Oh, I don't know, have you yourself ever felt the same way? Have you tried to ever think about just, well, I guess just leaving from this entire mafia situation despite the weight of it?"
She sees the misdirect, but she considers for a moment, and she's like, I mean, as I've said before, I've certainly considered it, but at this point, if I leave now, well, yeah, I'd be able to go back to teaching again. At this point, it's almost like leaving a poisonous viper out of its cage. Vaughn, you guys, I remember, you always used to pick your fights very carefully. You'd make sure to analyze and be smart about your approach. You wouldn't accept everything, only things that would be good that were accomplishable. You tried to keep everyone safe, keep everyone fed, and I've always appreciated you for that. But in a similar vein, I mean, neither of us can really back down, can we? Not right now, because it's more than just about keeping people's mouths fed and all that stuff. We got a whole lot of legacy writing now, which is why, I guess, if I'm gonna be honest, I've been a little pissed off at all this, the circumstances, all this pressure being pushed, kind of forcing in. That's what I was asking earlier. Are you... I mean, come on, are you a little pissed off? A little frustrated about it too? Can't lie to me, I can tell.
Yeah, you say that to Vaughn, he goes like, well, yeah, of course I am. To be perfectly frank, it's a massive pain in the ass, right?
Yeah.
I spend a lot of time, well, unfortunately, after a certain while, like you said, with the whole analyzing which fight I take and whatnot, when you have to listen to somebody else, you can't exactly analyze the fight. They just tell you to go to it and you have to deal with it, right?
She kind of thinks about that. Yeah. She kind of realizes something then. Oh. Yeah, I guess that's the case. If you got someone overhead, then your well-being, the well-being of the people under you, ultimately isn't your choice anymore. It all comes down to what they want.
Yeah. He actually scratches his head a little bit and he goes, actually, fun fact, a few days ago I actually ran into a few of those folks you were working with back at the vault by the old Tide HQ.
She raises her eyes a bit.
Yeah.
Go on.
They actually said something that really frustrated me, to be honest.
What was it?
Well, one of them actually offered to, take over like, kind of like, buy the tide and whatnot. See if they could buy it from Aranea.
Which one?
It was that, I think he said his name was Fade Philadelphus.
Oh,
Teach.
how is Teach reacting to that?
Teach, she mentally logs that one away, and then she kind of like, all right, I'll think about that later. But then she's like, no, we're gonna talk about this right the fuck now. And she's like, did you decline?
Well, to be perfectly honest, that was, the entire situation kind of stressed me the hell out, so I kind of just left. But, quite frankly, that kind of stuff, kind of makes me mad.
Oh, yeah?
I don't want to...
So?
Well, let me put it this way. I'm already under the thumb of some other asshole, right?
Of course.
I don't want to just get bought out to only be put under the thumb of somebody else.
She kind of thinks about that. No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. She kind of like addresses, I think you're right to take it. Though she kind of thinks about that a little bit more and runs it over through her head. Any which way you turn, keep playing this game. Everyone wants something, even if they know what they want best from you. How can they know if they don't even know you or what you want? They wanted to buy you out as a police force, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, is that really what the Tide wants?
Oh, not at all.
Of course. And really, if anything, I wish the city would just push for a different solution. Get you guys out of it. You did again. She kind of like puts the ribs down. You guys did a damn great service. You didn't. She just seems really like frustrated about something, and then she kind of calms down a little bit.
You
guys did.
Go ahead.
You guys did something really good. Doesn't mean you should be expected to do it forever. Especially when you were already doing something good.
Hey, Vaughn, I'm gonna have you roll to die for that.
Yeah.
Hey, it's this roll again, everybody. That one you can actually beat.
Oh!
No!
Oh!
Wait, I was already locked in this one. Let me
Oh, yeah.
drop, and I'll roll again.
Oh, you can do it.
Die! Oh, wait. No? You can
You can
equip
lock
something.
something in.
I can equip something.
Will you?
Why not? Yes.
I
You
want
do.
yeah.
So, those words hit you. And, like, actually, you tell me what happens. You're the GM.
Those words hit Vaughn. He's just kind of like, he kind of thinks about that for a little bit. And he goes, yeah, to be perfectly frank, we didn't want to do it forever either. We kind of got forced into a kind of a bad situation right after the empty night. We kind of got slapped with a bit of a legal problem.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
She kind of like looks curiously. What exactly was that?
Oh, well, the cat meows in the distance.
Yeah.
Vaughn. It's okay, Nico. Vaughn kind of thinks for a second, and he's actually going to roll to do really fast. And not the best. Not the best. He kind of, well, actually no, it's actually very good. It's a 19. He kind of thinks to himself a bit and goes, well, you see, after the empty night, a few days later, the guy who built this city came into town. Well, not necessarily built it, but he's the one who made Seaside and all that. Gwyn, his name, right?
She kind of stops eating for a second.
What was that laugh, Christian?
She kind of stops, puts down something like she just took a bit of a bite of. Oh yeah?
Yeah, well, you see, we had a bit of a problem with him. He came into town, then he actually approached me with a few of his lackeys behind him, and he stated that, well, the Tide and their actions taken on the empty night could be considered as vigilantism.
She stops, considers that for a moment.
They teach. How's
Yeah.
that make you feel?
I'm gonna need to roll to die.
Yeah.
Drop your red first.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see how that makes me feel. Timing.
Historical precedent, my friend.
Historical precedent. Yes. Can you get? I'm very curious, honestly, what that might mean, because I think I'd actually like a bit of a push in that. I think she's trying to think of that now. She kind of puts her mind towards that and is like, right, of course that would happen then. Of course this wasn't just some fucking easy sign-up shit. What else did he do? What else happened during that first week out? What else happened while Gwen was here? If you can try to remember anyone. It's really fuzzy, because obviously, like, she was going through her own stuff then.
You were in your own state back then,
but-
yeah. It was a funny thing, yeah. You put it together and, like, you're drawing on your historical precedent. It's parts of it, like, add up. They make a lot of sense, but other parts of it seem kind of squirrely. A monster hunter organization made into a police force? It works about as well as you'd expect, you know? You've seen Karsh running around biting garbage cans.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that's what a weird thing to do. Is that, yeah, it has to do with the timing of it all. Vigilantism. This moment that, well, the Tide decided to stand up, push back against the IPD, the nobility, decided to secure the city. What relevancy could they possibly have to the public? And Teach, I'm gonna have you drop and re-roll again.
All right. Roll to do?
Roll to die.
Or roll to die. Yeah, let's
I
try
want
that.
it.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Huh.
Lock in, you rolled like shit, lock in your red one.
Okay, let me...
Wait,
do
no,
that.
your blue's the highest.
Yeah.
Lock in, no, this is important. It's important
Okay.
that it's so shit.
Okay, gotcha.
Teach.
Mm-hmm.
This thought is disgusting to you. We're gonna roll. You know what's coming. Sorry.
Mhm.
This is probably gonna hit you, but okay. Yeah, take another 12 damage.
All right, down to 5.
Teach, you start to get mad because something about this is
Mhm.
connecting up in your head. Yeah, that moment that they came in, they saved the city, right? That's what everyone was saying. Those vigilantes, they were turned into police at that moment because fuck. It's a false hero.
Mm-hmm.
It's something propped up by this person, by Gwen, in this moment, to be something that everyone else can aspire to. Teach. You've seen this technique before. You've
Yeah.
lived through this technique. You look at Vaughn. That ain't no red tower. But you recognize the handiwork of good old-fashioned propaganda. And it hurts.
It does. She, wow. Well, that's just fucking rich, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of a massive pain in the ass. Actually, no, it was a massive pain in the ass. No, there's no kinda about it. At least I'm glad a few folks were able to leave without getting punished. Like Garai. I think you met him. Actually, yeah, you would have.
Yeah, I did. She kind of thinks. Why a few?
Well,
What, did he give you some kind of fucking cap? Not too many people could leave or something like that?
no, not exactly. To be perfectly frank with you, when they kind of forced our hand becoming the new police force, we were also forced to absorb in all the other monster hunter families in the area into our group, and then Vaughn kind of you can feel the pain right now, and he's just like yeah, and I rounded up all the members of the Tide at the time. Only about 20 of us around back then. Well, no, not even that much. 30 actually. And I gave them all an option. I told them, "Hey, you can quit now before we're in it." And a few chose to stay, and a lot chose to go.
Teach. This all connects up in your head. The tide you've seen around, they're all new faces. Some part of you is like, oh, that's great, they're recruiting again, but you've refused to look at the reality. Not many people want that life. Not many people want to be propped up in that way. Those that stuck around, you realize the Karshas of the world are doing it out of some sense of absolute loyalty. That clicks with you a bit.
She just thinks, huh. Wow, it's really wonderful. It's really absolutely wonderful to see that everyone loves extortion in this city.
Yeah. Although, to be fair though, there are a lot of good folks in the city. A lot of folks are trying really hard, it's just that, you can't really, see it too well underneath the, big sheet of, scum and villainy, right?
She kind of thinks, I see it. In fact, it's exactly what they want you to see, isn't it? I mean, obviously. City with a heroic group of... She stops and just kind of like, you don't need to hear any of that from me. I'm sure you've gotten it plenty of times before. But... fuck, man. She kind of thinks a bit more about what's going on now. So, how much more time do you think they got with you?
He kind of, scratches back and it's like, you hear him and he actually kind of hear, like, Vaughn actually normally talks actually kind of, like, prim and proper. He's very straightforward and to the point. Then you hear him go, man, I don't know.
She kind of thinks, well, I'm sure at some point, once the gimmick wears off, they're probably going to put you to the can. Just like they're doing to Riviera right now.
Yeah. And actually, you say that, I feel like they're doing the Riviera right now, and then, like, you kind of feel something, you see Vaughn's eyebrow kind of raise a bit, and he goes, what do you mean by that?
She kind of leans forward a little bit and just kind of like picks around at the rib. Oh, right. She kind of stops a bit. I guess that is. Hey Vaughn.
What's that?
You ever thought for a bit about why the RNA, why Riviera has some big secret vault inside of the RNA and bank?
He's gonna drop his swing and roll the die for that. Oh boy. Yeah, now that you mention it, that is a little weird.
You wanna know something else kind of weird? She's gonna drop her swing real fast. As she just kind of looks up directly at him. And she's like, tell me, do you ever wonder about the other people on the empty night? The other people that were fighting the cops?
On occasion, yes. I was actually, ran into a few of them while I was out there.
Yeah. Riviera and Tide's Edge. All putting it up to the Marigold family's coup. Or the police department's, at least. Seems like everyone responsible for fighting back against the cop was in RNA's pocket. At least that's what I'm thinking. I mean, sure, don't have too much of a lead on it right now, but if you think about it, RNA has been... They got put in a pretty nice situation post that. The entire time, I remember, I got to see a bit of the ground war stuff. RNA and the old police didn't get along at all. And, if anything, it seems like as soon as the fire started, both you and them were able to just spring to action on it. And then RNA swinged in, only a week after, putting you in charge like they had a plan all along. If anything, I think it all reeks. Seems more like a hostile takeover than a act of circumstance.
Yeah, I guess you have a point there. He actually kind of thinks for a bit. There's always been kind of one thing that's always kind of bothered me about, what's going on in the city right now, a little more than everything else. He He looks at you and he speaks up. I've been trying to figure out why exactly the factional system even exists.
She kind of thinks about that a little bit too. It's a really good question, though. She kind of can't say for sure why they put it in place, but I'd have a few ideas.
Yeah, the part that confused me is, on one hand, I can understand why having it with Gylardia, right? It's a different state entirely, trying to take over the city. Applying a factional system to some sorts to keep that from happening too fast. But then there's the Tempest. We've been more or less given explicit instructions to, well, go at each other to a degree. We're meant to compete with each other a bit, right?
Mhm.
Tempest is a, well, the other group that Gwyn brought in after the Empty Night was the Tempest. They strolled into town, then brought up authority in the old town while the Tide and myself were forced to monitor over Seaside.
Oh. She kind of thinks about that a bit. Huh. She thinks a little about that. Well. And she actually starts contemplating that a little bit. She thinks about Tempest, and then she thinks back over to Tide. And she kind of suddenly just starts pondering on something a bit more.
Teach roll die.
I will. Let's see. Ah!
Interesting. Lock something in.
Alright.
Jay, can you give me another one of those rolls?
Oh.
Oh,
You win,
I do.
technically, because
Yes.
that's same roll and you're dying. So yeah,
Yes.
you stop yourself from being wounded.
Yeah, no, you locked in yellow, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, you kind
Timing. She's trying to piece together the time of events. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're trying to think, like, why in the hell would someone add two entire factions to the city to explicitly rub against each other in a way where it's just... It's not right. Things stop moving that way. That's not how a city functions. That's how things go to shit real fast. It's a conflict of its own interests.
She kind of runs her brain around it a little quick. Yeah. Huh. Well, I suppose that means that she kind of thinks a bit more. Hold on, you want my opinion?
Sure.
Bear in mind that my opinion comes more from a place of historical precedent and a failed bachelor's in politics, so take it with a grain of salt. But it sounds like they weren't ready. Weren't ready to squeeze control of it. The moment that a coup is formed, the society crumbles. There's a lot of discontent. A ton of people have ideas on what to do next. There's a lot of politicking that goes on during that period. A lot of rough revolution thoughts, etc. Very bad for business, very bad for control. Plus, you've got a bunch of people that RNA had under her pay for a little while, or had worked with in the past that are running around. A lot of elements, a lot of people with nothing to lose in a shaken up place. So, best thing to do is keep them all occupied with each other. I mean, hell, do you really call that a competition that you're having with Tempest? I've seen their armories. They're stocked. They're getting paid a shit ton. How much money do you guys get on average?
Vaughn thinks about that bit, and Vaughn knows fully well. They get enough to get by.
Did he say that?
Yeah, actually, he says, like, he says, like, they get enough to get by, basically.
She kind of thinks, yeah. And obviously, the factional system, the excuse is to put in play and see, well, which would be the most effective, or to encourage some form of damn competition. But really, it's just, I mean, there's a lot of people with interests. Best thing to do is put a system in place that keeps everyone calm, makes them think we're not in fucking hell right now. And after everything all washes up, everything calms down, you can slowly just pick them off one by one. Rig the cards, everything like that. Once Riviera's gone, they're a real annoying one to have around. Guess if you wanted Gylardia, that's a problem. But hey, just cycle things in closely, play off the conflict, make a little money in the meanwhile, and then just clean up after you're able to. I mean, they rolled in Tempest. I can't imagine why Arania would need soldiers for this. Unless they were anticipating some kind of war.
Well, while Vaughn's thinking here, I'm curious. What's Sonder up to?
Yes!
Why would it be different now?
Okay, just checking.
Sonder, you feel an interesting sensation coursing through your body. What these two are talking about. This is deep conspiracy talk. And you're like, This is a different sensation than the one before. The vibes coming off of them are two people who are trying the best to make sense of their situation. They're talking about a citywide conspiracy. Potentially RNA is sweeping through, setting up this factional system and then cleaning it up afterwards. This is like, as you start to listen to it, you start to feel like not only this weight and pain from it, but also like this vague interest, and like you start to lean in a little bit more. Almost inadvertently, this in itself is kind of, at the very least, they're caught up in these thoughts and spinning around and around and around. Teach, I want you to roll to die.
Okay, sure. Keep my thing locked in?
Yes.
Still on that kind of train of thought? Okay, let's go. Let's see.
Okay. Or are you gonna swap to a different one?
No, I think this is good for now.
You feel like you're making significant enough progress of like, yeah, if this was following historical precedent.
Actually,
no,
I will stop here. Because
Uh-oh.
she's got a good history train here. But then she thinks of who's in charge of all this, and immediately she's like, wait, yeah, she's gonna swap over to Red instead.
You swap over to Red. That cynicism kicks up. Yeah, that's right. It'd be easy for them to sweep the city. Install a few factions, get them to bide time for the populace, make them complacent, sweep in, establish rule. That's the... And then you stop dead. No. Like, your train of thought is, you feel like you're correct, but it's funny. It feels like you're missing half of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like this factional conflict. Right now, you're seeing it, you're perceiving it, and that's the best part, but like, part of you is like, oh, I need to push past this. It feels like you're caught up in a curtain, like some sort of like big confusing wall is weighing down on you, and historical precedent isn't helping you punch through. What's helping you realize that there might be something that you're missing, something else that's at play here, is just a gut feeling. That's it, nothing more, plain and simple. And you sort of, your thoughts don't necessarily dead end, but they all sort of burn away in that moment.
Yeah.
You know,
She,
go ahead.
Yeah, what's Vaughn do? I'm curious.
Yeah, you all those things go through your head, and then Vaughn continues his thought. You know, I'm curious. What would you do if you could go against something like that? If it is as you say.
She stops and thinks about that a bit, and she sort of considers, and it's like, well, immediately I'll have to say that's only a surface glance. It's impossible to really tell what's going on until you know what people want. And there's also all these other things, and she kind of stops. That's getting off the question. Well, if all of that was true, I think the best way to go about going against it is to stop pretending like everything's okay. Nothing right now is in stone. In this moment, I think everyone's in a really weird situation where there is no government, there is no overarching force here right now. Everything else is just a smoke and mirror. There are people who give orders, there are people who tell people things. Really, at the end of the day, there is no obligation for a single person in this city to listen to anyone if they don't want to. There is no binding factor. So, while that's obviously a little scary, at the same time, well, it's a little liberating. We're in that state right now, even if they don't want to believe it. So, might as well take advantage of it. Probably do that. Keep an eye out, figure out what people want, and will not take any shit, because I spent goddamn couple decades taking the shit of the fucking cops and the marigolds, and no one felt like they could move a damn thing. But I mean, now, nothing here is as stable as any of that, so... Yeah, I don't know, Vaughn. What do you think you're gonna do?
Vaughn thinks about that for a good long bit, actually. And while you're thinking, and while he's thinking, Teach, you've realized something.
Mm-hmm.
Your ribs have gotten cold.
Damn. Oh, fuck.
Oops.
He thinks a bit, and I'm going to,
Take 20 damage for cold.
You are finally.
This is going to be interesting, actually. So, I'm going to do something a little weird here. Teach, I'm going to have you, clash with Vaughn.
Oh, fun.
You can actually clash with Vaughn?
Yes.
Holy shit. This is the one time?
Yeah, this is the one time. Fucking, are you sticking to red?
I think I will, yes.
Alright, then he will do red as well. He will use the dinky red.
Right. Okay, let's do it then. Alright. I'm just gonna give it a roll then. It's simple as that. Okay, pretty lit.
Oh, wow. Beat it by one.
Sonder, you feel this, like, building presence of, like, this next word is going to be really important. Building up as you focus in more and more, and then... Go on with your narration. Beating him by one.
Yeah, no, Teach, you can feel that Vaughn is, like, really scratching at his head to think whether or not he should say something, and, he kind of thinks to himself, and then he says, I think I might have an idea.
She kind of looks up. What's that?
Well, what would happen if we forced their hand?
She kind of thinks about that. She takes off her glasses a bit and just kind of like, just leans off a bit and just uses that to kind of rub her nose. She's... Well, you have me interested. What do you have in mind?
Well, he thinks to himself, hypothetically, if there was a way for someone to, like, I don't know, shove things like, shove the Tempest and Gylardia out enough for, all the higher-ups to show their actual faces, wouldn't it be a lot easier to pull them down to our level?
Absolutely. They've got no safety net. There aren't any pretend neutral parties that really come to save them if they started punching for themselves.
Yeah. He kind of thinks for a little bit, and, suddenly, his swing drops.
Oh.
As, he reaches, for the cold-ass ribs, and he eats another one really quick. And, he says out loud this time, you know, those are pretty good. And, he kind of goes, whew, that was a lot of heavy talk, huh?
Guess so. I feel exhausted.
Yeah, me too.
She kind of takes a bite. Yeah. I really turned into something else. But, she kind of stops a bit, takes a bite. They're still pretty good cold, even then. Like, it's just, it's kind of, you know, for her, she's had cold food quite a lot. She fucking deals with it.
I want to register something for both of you.
Yeah?
You feel like if you'd continued exchanging heated words, one of you would have wound up hurt. In fact, one more action from either of you would have resulted in a wound on either of you. You stopped at the exact precipice of this will hurt me, or this will hurt him.
Yeah.
I want to establish that.
Nice. They're in sync.
Yeah.
She kind of like, yeah. Well, she, you know, on another point, if you want to go for that. It means I get to talk to you more, and that's always a treat.
Sir, I enjoy speaking with you. Nice.
Nice. It's been a pleasure, Vaughn. She kind of reaches over and shakes.
Yeah, he shakes your hand back. And he actually kind of starts to swing up and get ready to go. He stands up. He looks over at the Sond and gives him a quick nod and whatnot, despite all the thing. He looks at Teach and he goes, thank you for this. Sorry for taking up this time with such heavy talk.
She holds up her hand. No problem. It got my mind racing, and I think I needed that. I've been stewing over a lot of this stuff for a little while now, and yeah. She kind of stopped. There's something else. Vaughn.
What's up?
Just one more important thing. Do you know Tearsback?
You say that, and he goes, yeah, I actually saw him a few weeks ago. Right in front of the Ilman train.
Oh, you saw him? Damn, I've just heard. I haven't talked to him yet.
Yeah, he walked inside of, Sam let me know where he was at, actually, because, that guy knows where everyone is.
Yeah, She stops. Wait, Ilman train? How long ago?
He thinks to himself. This was like, a bit before Veils, actually, him and, I think her name's Bijou from the Grapevine? Yeah, they were heading into the Ilman train, well, they're heading out of it, actually. I don't know exactly what they were there for, but, Tyr was a bit of a groveling mess on the ground, to be honest. Both him and Bijou were crying over something.
She, put their hand up to her face.
Way to out Tyr.
Wow.
I did give him back his old Tide mask, though. He seemed to appreciate that.
I bet he would.
Yeah.
That's his family. She kind of gets up a bit, and she just kind of, like, scoots over. And very happy to talk to you. She kind of just like, and I hope you stay safe, too.
Thank you. You stay safe as well. This whole, Riviera business sounds, nasty, to say the least.
All a little bit nasty. But, yeah, sucks to say, but I'm used to it.
Yeah. Well, once again, thank you. I do actually need to get going, though,
Oh, run. You've got plenty of work to do.
Yeah, actually, we gotta go and, I have to go and coach, some folks over at the Tide. Apparently they got challenged to a volleyball match. Wait, no, dodgeball.
She kind of gives a grin. Oh, yeah, we're gonna kick your butt.
You say that to Vaughn, and something clicks in his head. He just goes, I see. I look forward to the challenge.
Oh, of course, it'll be wonderful. It's to promote competition and better judgment of both sides. She says mockingly, still kind of disillusioned.
Vaughn starts to head out, though. Does
he say goodbye to Sonder?
He gave Sonder the nod.
He got the nod. Lana
You never have to acknowledge Sonder. It's not necessary.
Yeah. She pops out her glasses again. Kind of goes over to the side and sits down directly across from Sonder. And just like, what's your opinion about all that?
We consider. Okay, this is where. Hold on. This is a Nico. A lot of words happened.
Yeah,
and I didn't internalize a lot of them.
That's fair. I could give you a more leading question if you'd like.
Yeah, because I heard it all, but at some point I just like couldn't take in any more information.
This is a more direct leading question for her. It's just like, so Sonder, sounds like a lot of crazy stuff's going on in the city. What do you think about Riviera?
I think he kind of like he stops. he stops and he considers what he knows about them and what he knows about Teach and like everyone else involved. He thinks they're doing what everyone else is doing, exactly what they think they have to.
She kind of looks at him for a second and kind of stares. Right. And she kind of scoffs for a second and she runs something through her head. Yeah, I guess they are. Doesn't make it any better though. Hey. I think my day's just about coming to an end.
He looks up at the sky.
Hey, Teach, I'm gonna roll the die for you really quick.
Okay, sure thing.
Yeah, you're empathizing with
Ooh.
Sonder. I'm gonna forcibly
Ooh, yeah.
lock you into blue.
Absolutely.
You're like, yeah, my day's coming to an end. How are you feeling about Sonder right now?
I think she's very wrapped with him right now.
I'm sorry.
Because she's very engaged with you. You are very fascinating.
I'm
but
sorry.
because you can kind of get the sense that she's really digging for something. And that classic, yeah, she wants something from Sonder. That classic kind of thing. But it seems like she's just kind of been really like, she seems curious. She wants to know more about you, I suppose, Nico. The classic trap.
I'm sorry. I apologize for everything that befalls you attempting to get to know this man.
Yeah. She's just like,
I'm sorry for your hardships.
Guess I'm really curious why you ended up all the way over here too. What, good paycheck? Anything else? Hey now, you don't just shrug your way into a contract for work, right?
Contracts tend to find me.
Oh, yeah? What's this one look like?
What, yours?
No, the Riviera one. I think I know what mine is. They said you were a neutral party, and she kind of like, well, that's what I said anyways.
He nods.
So, really, I'm curious. Just, we've already got the evidence by the sound of it, or at least most of it. I thought of bailing, like Vaughn had said, but to be honest, I'm keeping in just because I need to see some stuff through. I need to see where this ends. I've got my own ideas as well. I'm just honestly a bit curious, Sonder. Are you opposed to ending your contract with Riviera?
A slow blink like cat while he thinks. I wouldn't really have a reason to.
She kind of thinks about that. Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't. She kind of runs that through her head a little bit. Huh. Would you... She kind of like... Actually, she just stares for a little bit and then kind of claps her knees a little bit. Well, yeah. That's enough for my day, then. I don't think I've got much else doing work-wise. And she stands up, and she just kind of waits.
He also stands. He looks at the sun. He is, despite the watch on his wrist, checking the time.
By looking at the sun.
Yes.
It's getting a little later in the afternoon. Yeah, it's getting a little later. That's for sure. I mean, if Teach says her day's over, then her day's over, and you can probably... Is she letting you go? It almost sounds like that. But for some reason, Sonder, It sounds like she's letting you go, but she's not. She's still looking at you, expecting something. What's going on?
Yeah, he's he's thinking, how long was he supposed to follow her for? Just until she went home?
Yeah, pretty much until pretty much follow her around. It's until nighttime, more or less, and there's still some time before night.
Until nighttime.
Right.
Okay. And his stuff starts when?
Let's say
how late in the day?
let's say 8
I would believe
p.m.
it's at night.
Yeah, let's say 8 p.m. and currently it's 5.
She like, well, if you'll, my home's actually just up the way. If you'll escort me there for a moment.
He gets up and he
We'll be off
nods.
the clock. All right, she goes with, and she's gonna go up, go to her house, and she's kind of like just chilling. She's not really starting up any more conversations. She pops over and she'll hop inside, and so yeah, Sonder, you close, like she'll close the door, go on, and then about 5 minutes later, oh my,
Let's get out of
okay,
here.
okay.
She was there for a different time. Don't worry about it.
So you kind of walk on out of their house, and then you hear footsteps behind you as emerging out. If you can shrink me. She kind of stumbles out, and she just kind of walks up behind you.
He regards her.
Hey. Mind to tag along?
He looks at you. He considers.
Look, I got nothing else to do today, so I thought I'd tag along.
With me.
Yeah, why not?
you get the feeling he's about to shoot back with why, but does not.
Holy crap!
She kind of thinks about it. Guess I just want to see. I don't want to forget this day yet, so let's go see what happens.
He kind of like slow blinks. I'm not sure. You can't tell if he's suspicious or not. Like, but he's definitely like, what the fuck is happening right now?
Why is this occurring?
You're definitely getting a very like, am I being fucking punked kind of feeling from the way he's holding himself.
Yeah.
He's like, what the fuck is happening?
She just stares back. She's waiting. She's basically gone staring on you right now, kind of just directly. It's fucking weird.
Yes, he's just like, all right, well, he accepts this as his fate, I suppose. He's like,
She moves up.
okay.
She pats him on the back. All right, bud. What's first today? Or tonight, I guess.
Oh boy.
All right, what's the first thing on his to-do list today, Bunny?
Let's start tackling Saunders' agenda. That's fantastic. You go off into the night because, yeah, that's right. You're, well, to a certain extent, the rest of the day's free. Yeah. You talked and thought through, like, man, a lot of heavy stuff, and it really got your brain going. Like, God, your brain's going so fast right now. Honestly, getting out into the night is probably a great idea. Like, I don't know. Whatever Saunder's doing, Teach, why are you so dedicated to following Sonder at this moment?
Yeah, Teach.
Why not?
Why not? I suppose
Teach,
not.
Like, I got shit else to do. Let's menace a man.
Yeah, you repeatedly you're like, why not? Like, Saunders here, he's in front of me. Like, might as well make this happen. Teach, I rolled to die for you a few times to see if you remember something with your timing. You do not. What else? What shit else do you got going on? In slow motion, a quiet part of your brain yells, "Hey, can you come to my recital tonight?" On the other side of the city. Noctua sits on the edge of the stage. I'm sure she'll be here any minute.
Hmm.
And
Well,
with
you know. Ohio speaks up. He's like, well, she seemed to be pretty good at timing herself out, so I'm sure you're right.
Today teaches a bad friend.
With that, let's take 5. That's so fucking funny.
Oh my god, oh no.
Oh my god. Be right back.
Go back. I'm gonna go get some water too.
Oh no.
How you liking the session so far, Nico?
I'm having a great time.
Nice.
Saunder's having time.
Nice.
The slug is having a time too.
Slug's gonna be really sad. This is the second time today the teacher's dismissed her.
Dude doesn't deserve this.
She might a little.
I don't. She deserves none of this. She deserves 0 of the things that are happening to her today. My cat has quieted
Congratulations.
to go get a water, but I'm afraid that if I do, my cat will leave the blanket and then begin screaming again.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm glad your cat is no longer screaming.
For now.
I've mentioned it before, Jay. This is the second time today that Teach has dismissed the slug.
That's fine. I think this is okay. Time to roll to die. Let's see how I'm doing.
Roll to die with an I.
That's so fucking funny to me. Oh my god.
Roll to die, slug.
Yeah, we're waiting for the die. The death.
Okay, that's bad. Let's see. This roll will look familiar to everyone. Okay.
Hold on. I'll roll for emotional support bird.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, hold on. I'll roll for the emotional support bird. This one's not. Oh no. This one's the old one. It doesn't have the thing for some reason.
Oh, it doesn't have the thing? Huh.
No, she's not initialized. Can you initialize her really fast?
Yeah. Why the fuck is Heil not initialized? It's so weird.
I think it's because today I added the new things to it. Hold on.
Oh, that makes sense.
So it might have uninitialized her by
there you
doing
go. Do a roll to die.
Alright. There we go.
Ah, good emotional support bird.
The emotional support bird has done good today.
Good job, emotional support bird.
Oh man.
What happened? Did Noctua have to roll something special?
She had to roll to die to I rolled that same bummer vibe that you and Vaughn were facing. Me, Noctua, this role looks awfully familiar. Listen, she's been having a great time in the Sleeping Shadow.
It's time to back here where you're not.
You know,
First your friend replaces you and then they don't show up to your recital.
Yeah. The slug has been dismissed.
No.
God fucking damn, that's hysterical. Okay.
See, Teach had to make room somewhere for Saunders, so she had to choose to forget about the slug.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Absolutely worth it.
Oh no. Okay, let me move you over to where's a good place? Yeah, you know what? Whole Street Night. I think that's a good spot for this. Are both of you prepared?
Yeah.
I'm having a great time, by the way.
I'm having a great time. Let's keep going.
I'm glad to give you big conspiracy time too.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Man, it would have been really funny if we had gone to any of the other places, because the entire idea was that if you'd gone to any of the other places, the conversation wouldn't have been as much of a bummer.
Oh yeah, no, the other characters would stop and interrupt and stop the conspiracy train from starting, but you know, if God decided that this is Teach's home, like home ground, she determines the shape of it. She determines where it goes.
A really
Sonder
fun
isn't gonna
part.
be-
Vaughn, it's
Saunders.
time to die.
Yeah. A really fun part of playing Vaughn is that he hates talking about that shit, so I have to, like, I tense my neck up as if I'm talking to a person that I'm not
Yeah.
happy to be talking to right now.
Yeah.
Whenever
yeah,
he's
it's
talking
great.
about, like, fucking business shit.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's grab this one. Yes, I like this character a lot. No. This one. Okay. Sonder. Yeah, teacher.
Sonder.
You're following Sonder, and you wonder what could a guy like this get up to? He said he just sits. He's got
Bitch, you
other
about to find
jobs.
out.
What the
Sorry,
hell?
hi.
What the hell could he get up to?
You gonna learn.
You follow him, and oh boy, this isn't what you expected.
Oh.
Are we?
Get
So,
that man out of there.
yeah, my cat goes for walks in the park and does not come back. Sometimes until it's morning. He walks a really far distance to make it all the way to the university park. It's a really weird thing. Like he crosses half the town, and like we followed him. I don't know. I'm really worried about him. She takes a step forward and looks pleadingly to Sonder.
Sonder nods, and he takes in that information. He's like, "You sure he goes to the park, or at least around there?"
I'm sure he goes to the park. He's been acting stranger and stranger lately. It's honestly kind of upsetting, but nobody else has taken me really seriously. So thanks for listening.
Sonder nods. He's like, I'll check it out. I'll make sure he's not getting into any trouble."
Oh, thank you so much. I don't want to like, I don't know. He always finds his way out, and once he does, he goes to the park and he just makes it there. And I don't know where he goes there or anything like that. It's just strange. Thanks. I knew you'd help out. Normally there's a detective on this side of the river, but even like I don't know. For some reason, even he hasn't been responding to this case at all, so I really appreciate it.
He's out of town right now.
Oh, I heard that. Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. Don't worry about it. He'll be back
Okay.
sometime soon.
Okay, thank you both.
Sonder nods.
And
They
just with that, you receive directions. The park, the university park. Hey, at least you were there earlier today.
Yeah. Is this the cat? Does he know this cat? Does he suspect he might know this cat?
You suspect you might know this cat.
I suspect he might know this cat. All right. He bids this one farewell, and hands in pockets goes off to locate a cat.
Teach.
Mm-hmm.
You watch Sonder move along, and as he travels through the city, this fog-ridden place, it's funny. I've never seen someone look quite so at home at these streets.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen people during the day wandering around from place to place. Just they seem to be enjoying life, enjoying the sunshine, etc. As the fog rises up around Sonder, you think, this is natural? It's a funny sensation that crawls its way through your mind.
She kind of ponders to herself real quick, and she thinks, long mysterious walks in the night, huh?
Judges him. Logs
She's
this
not
away.
judging you. She's just locking that away. She notes it down in the book.
Writes it in her book.
You find your way to the university. Oh, the
I
camera
don't
does
have
not
eyes
have
either.
eyes. Hold on. I will
Sonder has
provide.
eyes,
I
but I
will
imagine
provide
this
you
is
with
dark
eyes.
map.
Let's see. Represents character
Is this a dark
Sonder.
map?
It is.
Oh no! Wow. Okay. This is a real ass map. Okay, I got you.
I still don't have
Yeah.
eyes.
I
so
am
give
going
me a
to
second.
provide
Yeah,
them.
No problem. No problem.
Give
Uh,
eyes. They have no eyes, but they must see.
If you give me control of them, I can see the things.
Yep.
Ooh,
Okay,
there we
Christian
go.
should now have eyes,
Yes,
and then
I
I'm
should,
going
yes.
to give camera control of Christian. Doink, doink.
I only see Teach in the void. There we go.
There you go. You gotta move her once. Okay, you can move her around.
All right.
Hey, Teach.
Yeah.
It's been a while since you've been to this place at night.
Absolutely.
Like, this dark. You remember
Yeah.
what happened with these flowers. God, you had to get new ones. Everything froze solid.
Yeah. Huh.
You were here fighting tooth and nail versus something gigantic and monstrous. And it's funny. You feel like you've slipped back into that world a little bit, following the path left by this man.
Teach kind of suddenly will just start muttering about it. She doesn't even really talk to Sonder about it. She just speaks it out in the world. You know, there was a big fight here not too long ago. Big fucked up monster thing. Wasn't even human.
Hey, Sonder, how do you feel about that?
Hey, Sonder, how does he feel? He wouldn't have heard anything about that, right? Like, this
No.
didn't get out. Oh, wait, no, but yeah, okay. So this didn't get out.
No.
He kind of glances back at her. He's a little interested. This is the first time you've seen him be like, oh, what now?
Excuse me?
He hasn't been here since, right? Like, no, probably
No.
not. Because he doesn't come near
This is the place you don't go to.
very often. Yeah.
She kind of tilts her head. Yeah, come check it out. She steps over here for a moment, and she points out the ground. You can kind of see it. If you really take a look, don't even need to get gardener to see how kind of messed up things are around here. Some of the grounds displaced, all that stuff in the corner. The rest of the stuff's been spread over by students every day.
I guess he does kind of like vaguely compare this area to the last time he was here, like thinks about it, you know, like super puts the two images atop each other.
Something fucked this place right up.
Huh.
She kind of focuses. Yeah.
He kind of looks around like he's never seen this place before.
She kind of like thinks, realize I never stumbled on back here before. Wonder if that's subconscious. I don't know, I couldn't tell you. Ever experienced anything like that? Something weird, big, nasty?
Sonder blinks. God, I don't think probably not Link you're talking about.
Huh. Really? She kind of stepped back a bit.
He thinks. Carry on.
She she kind of checks it out. Yeah. Really honestly had no clue about it. Word kind of went down that apparently all we know about him is it was called a phantasm. At least that's the name that passed around. Really have no goddamn clue what they are. You walk around a lot, right? Around this time?
Sure.
Well, I guess I was just curious if you'd seen anything weird like that. But if not, you'll just keep your eyes out. Stay safe and all that nonsense. I honestly feel like... Really, all I could really say is I feel like you got more experience in this stuff for me somehow, so... Huh. She kind of checks around, looks at the area a bit.
I'll consider that. What is she? Does she seem like she has more to say at him?
Not really. There's more there, but she just kind of like turns over and it's like, yeah, you can carry on if you'd like. I didn't mean to drag aside for a moment. It just unnerves me a bit.
Hey, Teach.
Yeah?
Hey, Teach.
Oh.
Don't mind me. Ignore me.
Okay.
Weirdo.
No, that was a quality hey Teach because it involves you.
Oh, hey, Teach. Never mind.
Teach,
Hi.
yeah. Hi.
I'm here too.
Hi there.
I
I'm
like
gonna give you a
the
choice.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, this entire day you've been trying to keep hold of this person who moves like fucking mist. And for a second here, you feel like you've drawn a line or connection. This is a part of the city you try to forget, because this is a part that defies your understanding of the world.
Hmm.
Teach, I want to give you an option. Do you want to be able to tie a line to Sonder to be able to remember him better at a price? Or will you let him fade away into the mists just the same as always?
That's a good question.
What do you feel about that? You feel like
Oh.
if you dug in and maybe averted your eyes a little bit less from the irreality of this place, you could maybe find some purchase. Or you can continue on as you have been.
I feel like you're simply asking a question if she's going to open her eyes or keep them closed. And
That's a good way to put it.
I feel like the entire day has pushed her to the point where she feels a missing link. She feels an intense curiosity, a bit of rage behind it too, and an intense annoyance at the fact that she can't remember Sonder. And I feel like despite any sort of consequence or better judgment, she has no other option. She's tied a line and she wants to see where it goes. The last thing she wants is for this thing to snap. That's what she's most afraid of.
Oh, that's an exciting thought process. Because as you see Sonder going around and investigating what could have happened in this place, you start to feel something. A little twinge in the back of your head. Something almost pushing itself to your the surface slightly. Yeah, you need to find out about this guy. Yeah, I'm pissed off. Yeah, I'm... it's not just anger. If it was just anger, God, you would have gotten it done already. You're plenty angry for any number of people. What is this sensation? What is the sensation that drives your mind to discover more about this place? What keeps bringing you back into the night, and what have you been trying to avoid? Teach. I think this sensation could best be called hunger. You look over at Sonder, and he presents a mystery to you. How fascinating. Where is this sensation coming from? Who is it coming from? And almost as you look, you feel that darkness growing and growling around you a little bit. You start to feel a sensation, this other world that you feel like you've stepped into again. What is this feeling? Sonder moves through it like he's natural. Why do you wish that was you? I'm going to give you a flaw related to this. Congratulations, move on with your life.
Excellent. I'm gonna do you one further.
Yeah.
I think seeing him step so naturally through, she feels a little envious. If anything, the ability for him to enter this space, to basically invert himself, invert his humanity, to deny that which was normal throughout the day and instead find peace here, honestly, that's a little rad.
Hey, Sonder. Teach thinks you're really cool.
Wow. We'll have to kind of, I don't know how he's going to.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay.
He's vaguely aware of Teach while he tries to do his job.
You are vaguely aware of Teach as you try to do your job, and your attention actually guides you this way. You move deeper.
Yeah, alright, cool.
You move deeper in.
He was like trying to find, he was essentially doing a vibe check to see if he could find consciousness or something familiar somewhere.
I gotcha. Yeah, you do.
You got it.
You got it. Teach. What the fuck is happening?
She honestly has no idea. You know, at the core of it...
Following a weird guy through the mist, it's fine.
Yeah.
But at the core of it, a hungry scholar always looks for things they don't understand.
Yeah, you sure do. So you follow Sonder and... I want you to roll to die for me, Teach.
Okay. Luckily, I'm doing pretty good on that right now. Hang on. I say.
Empathy was your highest?
Yes, I'm gonna lock in on that.
history was your lowest, though, or
Yeah.
timing was your lowest.
Well, because it makes sense, doesn't it? She's thinking outside of her historical precedent, and instead she's
Yeah.
trying to understand something that she doesn't know. Her disillusion's low too because she's not trying to deny it.
Yeah, the best way to put it is you feel that discussion that you had with Vaughn, so intensive just earlier. You believed wholeheartedly in that and everything you said, and you felt like you were grasping at a curtain again. You feel like it's fallen over you. And instead of getting caught in it, it simply slides away the rest of the day, just like that. If you told me, well, if I told you that you'd woken up 5 minutes ago, you'd believe me.
Mm-hmm.
You come in a little deeper, and you find yourself to a familiar place. The night is so damn thick in here.
He's just following.
You keep going.
Cat.
You spot it, and then jingle, jingle.
The cat!
The cat.
It's the cat.
The cat jumps up through a hole punched by a one Martha Teach in the wall.
He just kind of falls up.
Sunder follows the cat.
Hang on. She steps up and she kind of moves up and she pulls out some keys that she has and she unlocks the door for this.
Oh,
Lets you in.
yeah, that's funny. That's Sonder for a moment. That's pretty useful, actually. Getting into this place would have been a pain in the ass. Hey, Sonder, can you pick locks? Just a curiosity.
Let's roll to find out.
Yeah, let's roll to find out.
It feels like something he might be able to do, but let's roll to find out. What
give
should
me
we roll?
give me that good old roll to do. I'm curious. And if you got a stat for it, obviously use one of those.
Does he? I'm thinking about this. Ah!
There's a very silly one, I think.
There are two silly ones depending on which direction you know what? Okay. Well, yeah, sure. Let's do the dumb stat. Let's see how that goes. Boop, boop. Are you doing
Okay.
anything?
Sonder, you made it work in the past. You're no expert, but yeah, you made it work if it really came down to it.
Brute force a lock if he needs to.
He sure can brute force a lock. Man. Okay,
He nods to Teach. Enters building.
Nods, lets him in.
come in.
Good. He takes in this building. I don't think he's been in here before.
No, something skitters past you.
Follows. Not even any amount of hesitation. He just follows.
And you move in. And there's a completely normal cat in this room.
There's a cat. There's a cat in this room.
Teach. Sonder, you walk up. Teach, you saw something else.
Yeah, Teach just kind of like, she blinks a bit and she's wondering like, what the hell just happened? She pops on through.
Sunder approaches the cat.
The cat meows lightly.
So,
Sunder. Yeah, Teach.
oh, real fast, I just wanted to make a mental note. Normally Teach's impulse would be a look around for whatever she saw, but in this case she's not taking eyes off Sonder and instead seeing how he's dealing with it.
Oh, Sunder, as far as you can tell, has not reacted any differently.
Nice.
He kind of squats down and he pets the cat a little bit.
The cat begins to purr, actually pretty loudly. It seems to like Sonder a lot.
Huh. What are you doing in here?
The cat begins to spin around and settles down on the floor. You can tell they very much like this building.
Sonder looks around. Sonder is gonna, I guess, do a vibe check on the building real quick.
That's a fun thing to do here.
Yeah. We'll just ping the building, see what occurs.
Give me a roll to die.
Roll to die. Okay. With anything? Nah, I'm just gonna die. Let's
and you can
go.
lock in whatever you want afterwards.
Whatever I want. That would be a funny one. But do I want? Shit. Shit, guys. I'm at an impasse.
Hmm.
We could do...
Oh?
I think we're gonna do the weird one, you guys.
Oh, you're gonna do the
That's
weird
always
one?
great. Yeah.
I think I might. I'm strongly because like this is what he like. This is his home, right? Like this is what he does. I think this has activated the weird one.
Okay. Are you gonna? You can swap your pog to it if you so wish.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. We're gonna Teach gets to witness.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Hey, Teach.
Yeah.
Something occurs to you. Yeah, something strange happened. Something crossed your path. Some sort of monster for a second. All of your instincts flared up and you said, I am not going to look away from it. I am not going to look away from Sonder. I am not going to look away from whatever creature is in here. And in that moment, you made a call. And you look close and seeing Sonder shifting almost in front of you, you realize it just lasts an instant. You see something otherworldly. And then it's back, just the same as it was before. Hey, Sonder, there's something fucking weird about this building. Yeah, there's something real strange about this building. It feels like it's a lot larger than it lets on.
Teach's mouth kind of goes agape for a bit as she looks, and she's like, oh, shit.
Sonder does not seem to acknowledge Teach. He picks up the cat and he stands. And he tries to see if he can locate the rest of the building.
Yeah, you start to look around. Hey, Teach.
Mm-hmm.
Almost with, like, deft acumen, Sonder begins to move through the building. He's moving to a place that you know more familiarly.
Yeah, she's gonna follow.
As you sort of come in, Sonder, you feel like it feels like there's extra weight in this place, you know? Like it's extra heavy around this part. This part of the building feels special. The cat actually sort of stands up in your arms, giving off an frightened vibe?
He puts the cat down.
The cat skitters away between your feet, Teach, and returns to the hallway.
Nice. Okay. Sonder investigates this area.
Yeah, Sonder, you start to look around.
What's up?
There's something here.
Mm-hmm. Is it a problem?
I haven't decided yet.
She just kind of sits. She closes the door and leans on it.
Oh boy. Okay. In this case, Sonder, you're going to spend a long time searching here, actually. There's clearly something, but you're missing some of the pieces. It's frustrating. This place is built to keep you out, for sure. And that in itself is so tantalizing. That's so fascinating. Why is this here? Why does the cat like it? It's all connecting up in your head. This building itself is pretty interesting. And Teach, you just watch this all fucking happen.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of like there's I think probably for like one of the first times ever there is an energy coming from him.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to have anything to do with his environment, or like not the way it usually does, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's his own passion or own kind of like intensity that comes from him that's filling this room that otherwise looks completely normal.
Like he's very invested. It's kind of like I keep I keep attaching him to like, and someone said it in chat. I keep attaching Sonder to domestic animals.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna do some more. Where it's like if you've ever seen like a dog get like super interested in digging up a hole for just like no fucking reason. They're just like they need to see where that is. It's kind of a similar situation. Like he needs to be in here. He needs to find whatever he's looking for.
Teach, probably a little annoyingly, asked a different question. So is that cat the one? Seems like you know him.
Yeah, that's the cat.
Holy shit, Sonder, I love you.
That's great. And that's the job, right? She's kind of looking. What's got you so hooked?
He kind of like stops and he looks at her. There's something here. He says again, as if to say, I fucking already said that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm really curious why you care about it.
He stops for a second. And looks like the look on his face is kind of like it's like he's been caught by surprise almost, and he looks at you. It seems like he doesn't really know what to say, or he doesn't have anything to say, but it's very like he doesn't understand why you aren't.
Yeah. So there's more to this place.
He starts investigating the markings on the floor after he's like checked all the walls and shit.
Oh boy. Yeah, you're looking around. Teach. You know he won't be able to find his way in. This place is too well guarded. Like, Sonder is fucking excellent at this, but the fact that he is honed in is still terrifying.
Yeah.
It's funny though. He could pick it up. He could sense it. Are you just gonna let this play out, or are you gonna do something? It's decision time.
Huh. Well, that's a very it's an interesting point too. Let me undo my thing and roll to die a bit. Let's roll to die about it.
Let's roll to kill
that's
about
interesting.
it. Ah.
What does red mean in this circumstance?
Oh yeah, that's an interesting question. Huh. I guess. Well, I'm gonna take it because obviously that's what she's in right now.
Yeah.
But she's kind of like, she almost stops for a moment as he continues to look, and she's just like, look, this university, this place, it's my backyard. I'm just really curious, Sonder. This whole time, really. Is it just curiosity? Down to the core of it? Do you just want to know? Is that what all this is about? Curiosity for curiosity's sake?
Head tilt like a confused dog.
She kind of just stops and sort of like, look. She kind of stops. She pops the door open again, and just kind of like stands to the side a little bit. There's nothing here of serious interest for you.
He kind of inclines his head a bit. I think he's picked up that she knows what's here.
Yeah.
But is also getting the sense that she is not going to share this information with him. We've all got our secrets, then. Well.
Oh, so.
He looks around the room.
You got secrets too, Sonder?
He thinks.
Yeah, that's genuinely a good question. What does Sonder think about that?
I suppose it depends on what you consider a secret. I keep other people's secrets.
She
That's what they pay me for.
that's what she kind of thinks it's what they pay me for, and she's just kind of like, right. Look, she's kind of like sitting back on the table again, and she's like, there's a lot of weird stuff in this city. A lot of crazy shit goes on. Big fight in the university, my backyard. A lot of crazy stuff going on even in this building. The entire city's gone to hell. And yes, I'm just really curious what she just like,
As long as you remain in this room, he is incredibly distracted. I just
yeah, yeah, that's super fair. She kind of sits, and it's like she sort of, hey, let's take a step out real quick.
He takes a step towards the door, and stops. He looks back at the room. He doesn't want to leave it. You can tell that he's.
Yeah.
It's kind of like trying to drag a kid away from a thing they saw in a store.
Yeah, she's just kind of like, come on, we're gonna go.
He does reluctantly step out of the room.
Mm-hmm.
He will not forget this room.
Yeah. She kind of steps over, moves past, closes the door, and then kind of, come on. She walks over this way a little bit, and then just, yeah, she's looking at the cat again.
Oh, the cat seems to be happy that you guys have left the room.
The cat is a cat.
The cat's over back in this direction and now hides under a desk.
The cats. I love the cat.
Love the cat. She just kind of sits down and is like,
Thunder continues to engage with the cat.
The cat likes Sonder. The cat happily engages with Sonder.
I guess this entire time, past few weeks, I've just been asking questions of trust, Sonder. And she kind of looks over to him and is just like, we did our job here. And I guess everything looks a little weird to me. Why are you so curious about this spot, everything like that? But, hey, that's all fine. You want to look through shadows, that's cool. Honestly, unironically, I think that's pretty rad. But, can I just settle something real fast? Just to get it off my mind.
Attention.
She kind of like looks over. Remember asking a hypothetical a little while back, just before earlier today. Question was obviously like, what would happen if this new contract you got clashed with the other one? And you said you'd get to that point where you got to it, right?
Sure.
Can I press that a little more? What would happen if I actively worked against your other contract? What would you do?
He kind of he thinks, and he kind of like, he doesn't turn his attention away from you, but he kind of looks away, like, you know, like he's thinking, he's trying to. I guess that would depend.
She kind of thinks, depends on what.
Which he did, how those things collided, what it meant for me, what it meant for either contract. And he pets the cat.
The cat purrs.
She kind of thinks that a little bit too. Right, I suppose it would. She kind of sits back on the bench a little bit. Well, I'd very much love your help. Because I think you could help me you help me a lot, actually. She actually kind of thinks a bit. She runs through her head a little bit, and she runs through a number of things she could talk about first and all that stuff. And she still kind of comes back to it like, at the end of the day, Sonder, I guess, what about your first contract makes you want to keep it? Is it just the money? Is there something else?
He blinks and he squints and he kind of, and thinking about the way you've worded this question makes him want to keep it. I think I'm considering whether or not that question lands, or if you've run into the same wall Tilly ran into.
Yeah. She kind of, if it holds for a moment, she might try to swap it around a little bit. She kind of thinks of it as like, huh, I guess that's not really quite fair, is it? Me asking questions without giving any answers myself, or even just trying to toss something at me, and I'm just speaking in riddles, aren't I? She kind of considers it again. I think I have a reason to. She actually, I'm gonna take a moment. She thinks about that a bit, and well, at the end of it all, yeah, I think I'm kind of done with this deal. I'm done with this contract. I'm
Done.
there's a lot of
He kind of repeats, he says, done. You never wanted to be here in the first place.
I didn't. And I did come along, of course. But at the core of it, I was only here trying to protect Illyria, for starts at least. Kind of kept along, kept looking at it. Hell, we talked to Vaughn earlier today. That was a lot of wild crap. Feels like we didn't really even hit the mark too close, but we're halfway there. Realizing there's a lot of stuff. There's that, I guess at the core of it, she kind of leans forward. It's really that, I think it is a part of the curiosity for me. Mixing with a lot of other crazy crap. I was very curious coming out here, and I see you're very curious about some of the shit that's going on, so I think I'm gonna go talk to Gwen. I'm gonna try to drag it out a little bit more. You wanna come with?
He slow blinks. You're asking me to go with you.
Yeah. You see me got good instincts, got a good eye, and you can see things I can't. So, well, just thought it'd be a nice idea.
And you think I'll be helpful with this, with all of the... He kind of like waves his hand a little bit. The factions. That sort of thing. That's not exactly the stuff I deal with.
She thinks. I absolutely think you will. Because I don't think all this stuff is so separate as we think it is. There's probably a tie between everything going on right now. They've got to intersect at some point. It's not like the city can completely ignore itself. But she kind of stops and thinks for a moment. Really? She kind of turns around. All of this stuff was a top priority for me come a month ago. I'd really like to put some other stuff to bed. All this stuff, the mob, the mafia, everything coming to a head. It all feels like a big distraction to me. It's annoying. I'd like to be looking around for all the weirder shit too. Stuff that almost killed some of my students.
The fight.
The fight, yeah. It came into this building too. She kind of considers him a little bit more. It really spread throughout this entire university, and I can't even gauge how much it did. I think I'm really sick of all this shit happening outside of my eyes. Everyone, for one reason or another, whether it's a big supernatural beast or some organization on high, they love hurting people secretly, and it's really just starting to get annoying to me. She kind of stops. Hey, Sonder, did they poke into that blackmail yet?
As of right now, they have not decided on what to do with the blackmail.
No.
Not even take a peek? She kind of thinks about that.
If neither of you know the answer to that question, is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
You want to know what's inside?
It's not really my business.
No, it isn't your business, I guess. She kind of like considers that too. It is a little my business, so if you don't really care, I don't have to go into it. But it's enough to make me want to act and burn everything to the ground, quite frankly. Never have been able to. Never thought it would work. Finally seen an opportunity for that. She kind of thinks. So, yeah. If I had to tell you my contract idea, I want to see it all fall over, I guess. Topple. See what happens after that. But first, I gotta go talk to Gwen, get the full picture. I don't want to act before I know that fully.
He nods. Acting without information can cause dangerous... It can create dangerous ripples.
Absolutely. And on one side, I feel like I'm not seeing the picture as fully. That's what I picture a bit more. I know that a bit more now. There's a bit more on both sides, both in the dark and in the light, that I just don't know. So we're going to talk to Gwen. And I think after that, I'll have what I need to know. But I already know that this contract I'm through with. So, if you'd like to come with me, technically, I could get in a lot of serious shit. And a lot of people could cause real trouble for me. And right now, you have a contract to keep me safe. So, I'm just curious if you want to keep that one or the other one.
He blinks and he considers. He stands up from petting the cat.
Cat scoots.
Kitty.
Kitty.
He watches it scoot for a second. I'm willing to see what happens. And go from there.
She kind of thinks about that. Alrighty then. Guess that's the best I'll get. She kind of like scratches her head a little bit. It's storage, by the way. She kind of like points below. Big room full of storage that I have to watch over.
He looks down. I'm deciding whether or not that satisfied literally anything. I don't think it did, but he's willing to accept that answer. What are you keeping stored?
She kind of thinks books mostly.
Scoot, scoot.
He picks up the cat.
You pick up the cat. The cat seems complacent.
Well, if that's it, then. He pets the cat. Well, I'll get the cat home, and he will do.
Okay.
We'll take up the next item on the list.
Sounds good. Yeah.
You following Sonder?
Absolutely. What? The night's not over yet.
So you drop that bombshell on him. Teach, I want you to make a decision right now.
Okay.
You can remember everything that happened in here if you take a -10 XP penalty. It will literally delete other memories in your brain if you do so. It's not like a you lose XP. It is a you will need to pay 10 XP forward, and you will remember everything that happens here and everything that happens tonight.
It's a very interesting question. So Teach right now isn't actually too concerned about remembering that stuff.
Oh,
she feels like she's done a good enough job with what she's managed, like with the book. This is her means of learning it, and she's honestly more curious to see how that goes. So she's not afraid of having to cling so desperately to these memories. Even though it's been awkward, she doesn't particularly feel, especially every time she talks to him, she reaches this conclusion. It's not awkward because of the book. It's just the nature of Sonder.
Okay.
However,
Teach
though
Sonder.
she feels no desire to remember it like that, not like a desperate kind of, oh, I need to remember this. It's so important I remember this. She's going to do it anyways because she's more curious what it'll be like if she remembers it.
Fun. Okay. So this is normally the part where I'd actually cut ahead. We aren't. We're gonna play this out. So that takes things in an interesting direction. Hey, Teach. We're gonna run through your thought process. What goes through? It's funny. You leave that almost oppressive dark world that surrounds the university and come back into the city, but you don't feel fully returned to it yet.
Ooh, fun.
You exit, but your headspace is still weird. You've secured Sonder's help to go see Gwen. And you put it together, and it's trying to rearrange the darkness and the light in your head. They twist and turn one over the other, and eventually in that spiral you lose yourself and you simply just are. The best way to put it is you are your own collection of bones, organs, etc., and you are moving, watching, and observing. You watch as Sonder returns the cat to his owner. A completely normal cat. Nothing strange about it. Very gracious. The owner re-accepts the cat, and she exits. But that's not where your night ends. No, your night goes somewhere else. You continue to follow Sonder, and it's either exhaustion or something else. It almost feels like you, to a certain extent, are getting your usual heat stroke almost. But it's cold and clear. Almost like running water. It feels like parts of Martha Teach are missing on the way there. You just continue to follow Sonder. That is your goal, and you decide to focus in on that. Extraneous thoughts are eliminated, and instead you focus in on this reality. Follow Sonder, see what he does. Because for you are now following a lead. You're following, to a certain extent, that hunger. You meet up with someone else in the arts district on the far side of town. This one's far more dire. It's strange. You felt like this bit would have actually escaped your mind. The discussion that happens right now, this person tells Sonder that actually somewhere nearby, somewhere that sounds painfully familiar, there have been screams at night. It's the funniest thing. He hasn't been able to get the Tide to investigate, and he's just so grateful that Sonder's nearby, and he takes you down. And he points you in a direction you would never, not even once, follow. An alleyway that arcs up and behind, completely extraneous, forgotten by the city. You two wander a pair into a part of the city that feels achingly familiar, but focused as you are, Teach, you're borderline in a dreamlike state. You don't remember what memories this place may have held for Martha Teach. Instead, you decide to follow Sonder's lead, him clearing a path in front of you. And you enter. Let me grab it. You hit a chain link fence. Sonder, give me a roll to do.
I need to bring me to my boy.
Yes, here you go.
Bring me to my son. There we go. Okay. Roll to do?
Yeah, give me a roll to do.
Are we still locked into weirdness? We are still
Sure
locked into
are.
weirdness.
And you know what? You do great there. Yeah, you don't know where he got them, but Sonder's got a pair of bolt cutters, and he gets you in lickety-split, and you start to move through a part of the city that's familiar. Teach, give me a roll to die.
Okay, let's go. Am I still locked in or fresh?
Still locked in. You locked in. You are holding on. Okay, 14.
That's
Teach
plus 4, 2.
That heat
because I
stroke.
have the other thing.
Yes. Yeah. Teach that heat stroke feeling. It's not coming from your mind state. Yeah, you walk through, Sonder clearing the way in front of you. The darkness almost seems to twist, almost like snow in front of you. No, like ash. Teach, you remember this side of the city. This side of the city burned. You begin to travel through, kicking up what is discarded burnt remains, what was left behind on the empty night. You move through a place that has been caged in on all sides by new developments. You enter what is quite literally a forgotten part of the city. And in this moment, you feel no fear. You're too long gone for fear. You are so zoned in that you move down a street just happily, cheerily labeled Mall Street. And on your way in, you find... Oh man, yeah, you find your way into a place that you remember a little bit. You thought about bringing Julie here. There's a blacksmith in here. Not song good, but like, they do the job.
Mm-hmm.
You enter somewhere horrifyingly quiet.
Oh,
I'm gonna delete this teach.
okay.
Because now I know
I
which
was
one you are.
terrified. Yeah.
Now you know
Double
which one you are.
teach.
You come into this place, and as you do, you exhale, and you give me another roll to die.
Okay. Okay.
Teach.
+4 on that. Yeah.
You come back. This part that's like, you feel bits of yourself being pulled away by whatever experience tonight was. You decide to focus in. Your various moods. Tonight you're like, yeah, I gotta let all this rage go somewhere. I gotta focus it in. I gotta get action done. You realize you were so focused, you missed all of this. And you look around and teach. As before, I want you to act as if you just woke up for the day.
Okay.
That's how you feel right now. You remember some hazy details, but yeah, you're here.
She kind of stops a bit and turns and notices Sonder next to her and realizes Sonder's here.
Yeah. Sonder's
Welcome,
following the
Sonder.
source of the screams. Sonder, you can feel that they're up on the second floor.
Okay. Quick question. Has Sonder been here before?
Yeah. Yeah, Sonder, you come to this district sometimes. Your work involves it. It's not unreasonable to assume that you'd be here. You come and go.
She
It's-
dips her head in here for a moment.
Slightly notable. You start to look around. The smell feels familiar. Yeah. Yeah, there's the old armorer. Yeah, you were gonna take Julie here.
Hey, Sonder, can you stop for a single moment? It won't take longer than a minute, I swear. She steps inside real quick to take a look at this place.
Yeah, you take a look around. Just examining.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You move it. This is the place that I'm like, this might murder Nico's computer.
No, it's fine. We're just chug-a-lugging a little bit, but we're
Okay.
good.
You start to look around. Yeah, this place was grand spanking new back in the day. A mall. What a fascinating concept. It's like just these little arrangements of shops built into one building. It's supposed to you run your hand along it. You're excited to go here.
She keeps that in mind. There was excitement that she can't remember. None of this place is familiar, and yet it's all familiar to her, and she kind of
Yep.
holds that for a bit. She sits down. She pops open, and actually, she doesn't write anything yet because she's going to look.
Hey, Teach,
Mm-hmm.
do you want to know what you've written up to this point?
Yes, I do.
Nothing.
Oh?
Over the last, from you exiting the university to returning the cat, it has literally returned the cat. And then this.
Excellent.
Had you not paid the 10 XP, we would have skipped this part.
Excellent. Cool. So, yeah, she puts that book away, and she looks, all right then, Sonder. I'm ready to go.
Sonder's kind of watching her a little bit. Did he pick up on any of her being weird?
Yeah, she seemed to get really focused in. You've never seen anyone follow you that intently before. It sucked. That sucked.
Yeah.
She was on your ass the entire time, and you're like,
Just like
Jeez.
hyper aware of her the entire.
Yeah.
He's usually by himself when this is happening.
Sonder, you're like, man, You should be aware of, like, who just stares at the back of the guy's head? Sonder thinks to himself.
Oh my god.
It was annoying.
Sonder, kind of like one of his eyebrows goes up, and he looks at her and goes, "Are you gonna be okay for this?"
She nods her head. If I wasn't, I don't think I'd be here. That's not a question about my willpower. Oh yeah, she's like, it's not a question of me saying that. I mean, quite physically, I don't think I'd be here. Let's go.
He's quiet for a moment, and then is like, "Alright. Alright, which way to get to the up, bunny?"
Back this direction, straight north.
This way, cool.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's been inside this building at least a little bit.
You have, yeah. No, there's a stairwell around the corner. You can't quite see
Around
that far back.
The
Yeah,
corner.
It's
corner?
down that way, yeah.
Yeah, he's walking with a purpose. Like he seems to know where he's going.
Yeah.
Even if Indigo does not know where he is going.
You move past all of these, like, dilapidated shops, and you climb your way up to the second floor. Everything's so damn quiet around here. You come up. And yeah, someone said they heard screaming in this area. For some reason, the tide wouldn't help. That's why Sonder's here to check it out.
Sonder, I guess, pings the area, looking for anything alive, thinking. Aware, I suppose. Anything that is aware.
You feel something pretty strong. Lower left.
Strong like how? What's happening?
It's giving you it's giving you a pained, confused vibe.
Mm. Careful.
She tenses up just so slightly and embraces that fight or flight kind of instinct, and just prepares.
Which way? This way?
Lower left, yes. You come up to a fountain, actually. It's
Fountain.
You hear the trickle of water. This thing's still running, actually.
Oh god, it still works. God.
That thing still works. That's weird. Why does it still work?
Yeah, where's the water even? Is it clean? That's horrendous. All right, never mind. We're good.
Clean, questionable.
That was Nico thinking. Sonder
does not engage.
Sonder notes the water fountain and is like, all right, yeah, that's fine. I see we have garbage.
Yes, garbage has indeed arrived.
I see there's garbage here.
You come in and over. Both of you give me a roll to die.
Okay.
Both?
Yes.
All right.
Both? Okay. Boop,
Teach, you are doing great. Okay, Sonder, tell me what you're locking in. Oh, are you staying? Are you staying in black?
Yeah, I think he's keeping the weirdness.
Then I lied. Clash with me.
Oh boy.
Okay.
This will only be this. Okay.
Interesting.
Give me a roll to do. Sonder. Oh boy. Okay. Teach, you come in here, and it's funny. You think you see someone. You think you see someone moving in this place. Yeah, that sounds right. Someone's definitely in here. And you No. That's wrong. You see someone sitting in here. She seems lost, confused. Almost just like that, she starts to turn around and Teach, you are the one who takes a step forward. You've been in this situation before. Yeah, you remember it back perfectly. Someone that felt like someone you saw once. A random mall goer, the fifth person back that you might not exactly recognize, another vague face amidst the crowd. You know this sensation, and this time you're ready for it. In an instant, you see through this thing's disguise. Whatever this person isn't quite together anymore. However, Sonder, it's you
Sonder.
who immediately determines the truer nature of this thing. You move into the room, taking a single step as this identityless creature simply sits in the middle of the room and Teach.
Hey. Yeah, she's like, hey, she like immediately kind of steps up for a moment, just as like a what are you doing kind of thing.
Teach, you and Sonder mostly. Sonder most of all, you're the one who perceives something different happening right now, actually. What's the sensation? What the hell? What surrounds you in this room isn't just this person. Little flares begin to dance and pop around you. Whatever this thing is, it's been scattered and spread apart. It quivers in fear. It's sort of unable to... It's unable to really move or react or do anything here. Something about this is deeply upsetting, but Teach, it's not upsetting in the same way as before. And something crackles through your mind, Teach. Almost like almost like you're changing channels or some suppressed memory is boiling to the surface. Alcott reacted strange earlier. That's funny. What is up with Sonder? What's up with this place? And then you think back on something, and
Yeah.
your mind crackles, almost breaking under the pressure for a second. You feel like you've seen this scene before.
Yeah.
And you're back in the same spot. And whatever this thing is, it's stuck, unable to move. Sonder, you close in the distance. Yeah, you've seen people like this before. Sucks for him, you know?
Yeah.
Whoever it was, whoever this was is deeply confused at this point. No little bits left to indicate exactly who they are. Oftentimes, they just need, I don't know, contact with someone from the living world. Someone who's still grounded in reality, or at least has one foot left in it. You take another step forward. You defeat their clash, dealing 6 doubled 12 damage to them. Sonder, you move in. You feel a thing in pain in front of you. Confused, lost. What do you do?
I'm gonna say he reaches out.
You reach out and you touch the thing. Give me another clash.
Okay. Boop.
Excellent.
Ugh.
Okay. You reach out and you touch the thing, and it begins to recoil as a scream rips its way through the interior. All at once, it seems to try to retract, getting away from you. All of the colors begin to fade and pop around your eyes, Teach. You've seen this before. You've been here before. You've seen these things, and all at once, silence. Nothing moves anymore. Everything falls to absolute quiet in the mall. All you hear is the slight trickling of that fountain. Sonder, you could feel out. Ain't nothing happening in this mall no more. Job done.
Alright. Nico makes a sound, but that's okay. We can actually, alright. Boop.
Hey, Teach.
Yeah.
You're gonna remember that.
I am. She stops and all of that surges through her head, but she just asks the question of course she'd ask first. What happened? What did you do?
That's a good question, Bunny. What the fuck?
You came into contact with this thing, and you attempt to reach out, soothe any of its pain. It recoiled in fear, and basically just... They're temperamental. This happens sometimes.
Oh, okay, I see.
Sonder, you mentally take a note of, like, Maybe again with this one later.
I think it stressed itself out. It'll probably reform later.
It being... She kind of thinks... One of them, Are they ghosts, or is it... I don't really... She kind of like... I don't get it.
You try to struggle this together. Yeah, looking at the big sweeping conspiracy, that was the simple thing for you. Yeah, that's politics, something simple. But the concept of someone being here but not a full person, that's harder.
Yeah. She kind of stops and moves inside.
Yeah, he's kind of watching the place where it disappeared, like, meh.
Yeah, Sonder, all that spells is trouble later, usually.
Yeah.
Helping those things disperse, that's... You do that sometimes. In this case, well, this one's gonna be a pain.
It's gone then. She hops over the counter.
For now.
Which means it'll come back.
Probably.
And you're gonna deal with it again, right?
He considers if it crosses my path.
Right. Do they always come back?
Always.
No. Yeah, Sonder, you've gotten rid of plenty.
She kind of releases a breath. And then an actual concept kind of applies to her. Are they human?
He leans his elbow like on this counter. He kind of like leans his elbows and said like very casually, honestly, just like very at ease on this counter. Bunny, that's an answer for you.
Yeah. Sonder. You know what? I think Sonder would answer yeah.
He gives a nod.
Okay, cool. She contemplates that for a bit. She thinks back to the university night, and a growing kind of sickness kind of falls over her for a second, and she just kind of thinks about that. All right, man. Interesting. She's just kind of... Wonder how many people know about this.
Hey, Teach.
Yeah?
You get the feeling that you wouldn't had you not been following this one. Yeah, there he is!
There he is! She just thinks, and she's like, she kind of nods her head a little bit. And she's like, well, probably not too many. And she hops over the counter again and just kind of sits there for a moment, leaning up against it. Would you be interested in hearing about what happened to the university in detail? I could tell you everything.
Hold on. Hold the fuck. Hold on. This is gonna be a two-step emote. For a moment, he's like, what? Yeah.
And she stops. And Sonder, you notice a little bit of a grin on her face. If you promise to come see Gwen with me.
Hold on. That turns out
she smiles.
He'll deal.
He kind of like, she reaches apart. It's a little bit of a joke. I think you already agreed, but formally, it's a deal. She shakes her hand. She shakes your hand. All right.
Pact is sealed.
You seal the pact, and well, Teach.
Mm-hmm.
Now is the part where I am gonna cut ahead to the point that I wanted to before.
Okay.
That's delightful. Let me do this. Yeah, you recognize this song. Yeah, you recognize this song.
Oh, I don't because it's not playing for me.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Uh,
refresh and see what
refresh.
happens. But yeah.
This one's important.
Okay. I'm going to refresh. Okay, I'm refreshing now. I'm not in yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll get it playing. I'll get it
Guys,
playing.
this is
again.
hilarious.
Okay, there we go.
You hear
Yeah!
it?
Yeah! I do.
Teach, my dear friend. Yeah, you
Oh,
remember
boy.
this tune.
Yeah, I do.
You're sitting in a big old armchair.
Yeah, she's back here.
Welcome
just-
to hell.
Yeah. Is she wrapping up her story right now?
Yep.
Yeah. And, yeah. Then sputtered out one last word, popped a bunch of bullshit in my head that I'm still struggling to make sense of, and now we're here. After a couple more months of stuff that probably wouldn't interest you too much.
Sonder, who was sitting like leaned forward, elbows on knees, gives her a slow blink as he internalizes the story of the fight.
As a note, while I doubt
Yes.
Sonder would interrupt, I think she started it literally at her session 0, so she would have probably brought up her interests in certain papers that disappeared before she got dragged away from everything.
Oh my god, I didn't put that together!
Yeah.
Hey, Sonder,
God.
so, man, you make it to the end of this. You make it to the end of the story, and you're like, yeah, and then the scholar sputtered out, and Sonder, you're like, interesting. And then you get Teach said something about missing census reports. Something about being taken from an RNA in office. Law
I'm
office.
deciding whether or not that prompt to action for him. I don't know if it was.
Takes off her
Sonder,
glasses.
that's
puts
very
them
interesting.
Back.
Teach, you've been here for hours. It's like 2 a.m.
Yeah, but that's fine. Yeah. That's the gist of it. Honestly, everything went cold after that. She kind of turns as you, yeah.
That's very interesting. He internalizes this story. Did she mention that how did she mention them? Because I'm deciding whether or not this was a prompt to action for him to be like, oh yeah, the fucking papers.
She mentioned how throughout that day it was a normal. She had the census project she was putting together. She said she had points mentioned that she was very curious about what happened because people didn't seem to be dying, and she was worried about that because not out of morbid curiosity, but more out of concern of why haven't I seen any cases of this? So she was looking really hard, and she feels like after a certain point, she got dragged away in the middle of her search, and the concept of, oh man, what are people gonna do? Are people dying? What's going on out there? Kept kind of coming up throughout. But it was more of that thing of her tying it. It's not like if someone would tell me. It was more of she's probably conspiring and trying to piece it together in her head, and she's probably wrong.
So what I'm hearing is she mentioned it passively.
She did mention it passively as an add-on to her quest for figuring out what the fuck's going on in the city.
Oh God.
This is time. See, here's the thing. It's hysterical if he delivers now. It's also so funny if he doesn't.
I'm thinking, and the me Nico wants to be kind to Teach,
but also
Sonder, I think, would just hear her be like, I've been looking for those census papers, and be like, yeah.
yeah, me too.
Yeah, I get why a person would want that.
Personal problem.
Oh my god, this. Oh.
I'm sorry, Teach.
It's okay. I'll learn about it in chapter 5.
Sonder sucks. I'm sorry. I'm married to the gods.
But yeah, she wraps up her story and then turns to you, sighing, glasses off, leaning back. Obviously, a little exhaustion on her eyes, but she still turns over. So yeah, there you go. What's it all to you?
He internalizes this. Has he heard anything about like I'm gonna say has he heard anything about weird shit going on? But like that's a
Gas leak at the university where you're like, huh, Cox eyebrow. No one asks you about it. You're in Seaside. That's fine. But like, yeah.
It sounds like the things the things going on in this city might be bigger than they seem.
Definitely
He seems to be like, despite all of everything they've gone through today and been talking about, he is still very specifically talking about like the nightlife of the city.
and she actually clicks with that and actually kind of turns up. Yeah, because it looks like you were dealing with the smaller ones. And as I was telling you, they got bigger. And honestly, I don't know if I just did it wrong. I tried to reach out. I tried to get it, but I just couldn't. And knowing that it might have been human ones, and he kind of thinks a bit. I guess one part of me is very curious if there's something else I could have done, but they certainly get bigger.
Sonder leans back on the couch and kind of like puts one arm up on the back of it, and he's thinking, and he's like, well, if what that was is the same, then chances are it was a person, or maybe more.
She sits on that note, and a few really bad thoughts start popping up in her head, but it's also 2 a.m. and she's focused right now, so she shoves those away and doesn't think about them and instead focuses in on this conversation a bit more, as she's just like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. From what I was able to see, they did seem at one point human, though they were long dead, I think. They were my predecessor's predecessor. They shouldn't have been alive around that time.
He kind of looks up at the ceiling. I wonder what would have to happen to cause something like that.
She kind of thinks a bit. Well, if you're interested in doing a little field testing, I know where you can find another one.
His eyes snap to her. It's not the usual, like, very slow drifting of a gaze. It is a very, like, I see you. I see you.
Well, she's kind of like, she stops and she leads in. Regardless of what happens with the mob, regardless of how much I want to see Riviera, she kind of focuses in. As much as I want to resolve the problems all on that front, there's one other problem I want to see too. There's a phantasm in the Iris Mansion.
He tilts his head. Not like confused dog, but very like regarding you, like watching.
Yeah. By the sound of it, from what Chantilly told me, they were about the same scale, or at least something very familiar to that thing that was in the university. Tomorrow morning, we're gonna go up, and I have no idea what's gonna happen. She kind of stops.
Wait.
I should be free that night. Yes. She kind of lets you correct. But yeah, should be free that night.
Well, no, because Teach said we, so he's wondering who we is.
Ah, right. That's right. Okay. Yeah, we. You, I. And she thinks. And that one girl. You remember? The one who was in the homeroom?
Oh, are you talking about Noctua?
Talking about Noctua, yeah.
He nods.
You realize something horrible.
Oh no. She realizes finally, she's like, oh shit, I forgot. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. She places her hands in her head. Oh, okay. I'm gonna. Oh my god. She leans back. She feels to have been snapped out of everything just now and is just recoiling. Oh my
He
god.
raises an eyebrow as she enters distress.
I totally ditched her.
This bowl has been refilled with almonds. He like reaches over and slides the bowl.
She kind of reaches forward, leans, and just takes a handful of almonds and just like she just cracks them in her teeth and then takes the shells out and eats.
I don't know how to describe the feeling that was over the room. You know, a hot night on summer where like it's so dark that almost the darkness itself seems to carry the heat and press in all around you. Saunder's room seemed to have a similar vibe. Yeah, you felt that darkness. In fact, let's do this a little more appropriately. I feel like this would probably better communicate the vibe. Let me drop you two on here. Grab a new song. It is dark. It is extremely dark. Let me grab.
It's dark?
Oh.
Like, yeah, here's the thing. It is dark. Except Teach.
No, it isn't. What?
Yeah, except Teach. For the fucking neon horrific hell light behind you that seems to press in with yes.
Never mind. I was just checking for the neon. I was
Oh
like,
yes. No, here's the thing.
You
You feel the darkness, this oppressive, crushing quality behind you. Almost like the darkness is bearing down on you. You're discussing matters of the night. What step you take next? And in that moment, yeah, no, you remember, oh god, I ditched Noctua, and then click, that neon light's really fucking bright.
Her eyes kind of twitch a little bit. Oh, one thing at a time. She kind of like furrows her brow a little bit. This has been a very interesting night, Sonder. Thank you for accepting my company.
He nods.
All right. Well, one step at a time. You help me, I'll help you. Simple as that. And she kind of just thinks back about that a little bit. Honestly, She kind of thinks about this. This was a very enjoyable time. As weird as that is to say.
Slow blink like a cat.
As she kind of like, yeah. Let me know if you want to do any more night prowling.
He cocks it.
She seems to be full of this weird energy. Like, it's like she just got rubber banded across two different spaces. She just got pulled out of that dark and is now back here. And now she kind of seems a little out of it. It's also late. She woke up very early, so she's like, yeah, man, that was a good time.
He's
Hey, guess how many times this has happened before?
How many?
Teach, you feel a bond. Teach, you feel a bond rekindle with Sonder. You feel like on the first day you had a pretty tight bond with Sonder. Teach, you also can't shake an impression that maybe that wasn't even the first time you've met Sonder. And like, as you feel this bond reopen again, I'm going to take that minus 10 XP into account. Yes. And you are like, the bond corrupts slightly. You're not gonna gain any bonuses from it, but just gonna delete that one. That's gonna remain basically in your inventory, Teach.
Oh.
You're holding on to a mark of something, even as it slips between your fingers like fucking grains of sand. Teach, in order to advance Sonder's bond, you have to literally pay experience. Congrats, though, you got bond 1.
Perfect. I was looking for another XP dump.
Hey, Sonder. Hey, Sonder, you gained 10 experience.
Oh, beautiful.
He's eating it.
I already
Glorious.
emptied the experience out. I accounted for it earlier. This is
Oh,
beautiful.
bless you.
Of the exchange of pact.
He's just gotta work for it.
Dark deal that's been made. He watches her for a moment and is like she's seemed pretty out of it. In fact, she seemed a little bit out of it for like a decent chunk of the night, like kind of coming in and out. And he looks at her and he goes, "Well, it's late. You can stay on the couch if you don't want to walk home. This food."
Think.
He taps this because inside of it is the lunchbox from Delilah.
Oh, she kind of looks. Oh, damn. I can't skip that up. She kind of turns over. Thank you. I think I might just crash here for a second. I don't feel like walking a full distance back home. I'm just going to get less sleep. Besides, she kind of checks where she is. This is a lot closer anyways. I don't know why it just randomized there, but yeah.
Teach, I feel like randomly empathizing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she's like, this will be a lot closer anyways for the morning. All right. Thanks, Sonder.
Mm-hmm. He nods and he's like, if you didn't want to go out, I wouldn't blame you. The city gets strange at night, but you know that already.
I guess I did. I guess I do.
He takes out his keys, the keys to his inside of his house door.
Yeah, Teach, you notice Sonder unlocks the fucking inside of his house in front of you. That is an exterior lock on that door.
Oh man, that's great.
That is an outside lock to an inside door, my friend.
Turns, she looks at it, and you know what she does? Nothing. Because she's had enough for today.
Not enough weird ass bullshit.
Yeah. She pops down on the couch, and the rest of the night, she'll finally sit and she'll note down whatever the hell she remembers. And she goes over and she just like, she looks at it for a second. She texts Noctua being like, "Hey, sorry I missed. Something very important is happening. We're gonna go see Gwen tomorrow." And she sends it all in one thing. She goes back to writing, and she fucking passes out mid-writing.
Teach, you pass out. Sonder, you feel her pass out in the other room. How do you go to sleep?
Well, first thing he does is he gives this doll a little poke on the head.
You give the doll a poke, it rattles slightly.
Fantastic. He loves the doll. Did he collect anything today? Probably not, no. Okay.
No weirdnesses today. No, just more information, which is like valuable in itself. You might have picked up something from the mall if you wanted to take something like that. You know what? I'm going to let you. I'm gonna undim the lights on that mall later, and you can pick an item that Sonder could have taken from it if you want.
Beautiful. That's gonna be fun. All right. In that case, what he does is I feel like it's what? It's like 2. God.
Yeah, it's 2.
He, with like the night having wound down and someone else in his home, he does not turn around and go back outside, as I feel like he probably would have on a different night, because then you'd have to explain that. So he kind of like he winds down a bit. He sits on his bed and just kind of like soaks in the city a little for longer than he should, for like a long time. It's like an hour or 2 before he finally lays down and is like, all right, well, I guess I'm doing the sleep thing.
Sleep
because
is
someone else in my home is asleep.
Yeah, you start to feel that shocking amount of tired and like, it's a strange sensation.
Yeah, she's exhausted, so
she's really tired.
He's got that in his house, and he's also like, I don't think he's the kind of person who can work knowing that someone else is around.
Yeah.
You know? So like if people are to do anything in these papers, it would not be while Teach is like fucking 6 feet away. So he kind of just like ambiently takes in the city before getting taken down by Tyre.
Yeah, you soak in that vibe, that sort of burning, boiling weight to the summer air, and eventually you are shockingly carried away to sleep. Do you sleep on top of the covers in your clothes?
Yeah.
You just pass out pretty much where you are.
He probably takes off his coat, like hurls that his coat goes somewhere else.
You let that happen and you settle back, and Teach's exhaustion almost seems to slip over you. And you two settle in. It was a strange night. No one's followed you that deep before, and like, there's a lot to think about there, but maybe when your head's a little clearer, less full of her thoughts and more of your own, you tilt your head to the side slightly on that consideration. Teach asked an awful lot of questions about you.
Yeah.
Anyway, elsewhere in the city.
Elsewhere in the city.
Anyway, these two.
Oh, they're still awake. I see.
Yeah, obviously, Heil suggested a sleepover.
Nice, fun.
Noctua's fucking cooking. Okay, so regardless of what happens, I'm going to make extras so that if Cassius comes back, he'll have leftovers. Oh, do you want to take the last set of leftovers? Noctua opens up the fridge and there's like dozens and like not dozens. There's a bunch of sets of leftover dishes. Apparently Noctua's been cooking and leaving Cassius some every single time, unsure of when or if he'll return.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll take a few of those. You're actually really good at cooking.
Thank you. She smiles. I hope everything's going okay. I got a big worrying text a little while ago.
That's weird.
Yeah, a lot of important stuff happened, and apparently she flips over a fucking egg in the thing. Well, that's not important. Do you want to watch, she points over the TV.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Me either, really.
I don't have legs on this one.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Do you want to watch Camera in the Alleyway? It's my favorite film Cassius has.
She, Christian.
Don't
make
I know.
Noctua moves in and flicks on, like, starts to paw through various videotapes, and one of them sitting there has an interesting title. First Record. She, oh well, this sounds exciting. She pops it into the TV, and, something sputters to life. It's actually relatively simple. It's kind of boring. Is this camera footage? Man, Noctua and Heil don't know it, because how could they? They both have never been exposed to TV before. But, running a camera is expensive as hell. Like, gathering footage, it isn't a simple thing to get security footage. That is like that requires a good deal of magic to even begin to work. It costs a lot of money. And, I guess the building this must have been on must be mighty important. Yeah. The camera just quietly watches what was once a very lively street corner in the middle of a district that had been completely forgotten. And with that, we will call it to a close.
That's great.
Thank you so much for playing. It's Hell. Hey.
It was an absolute blast.
Man, so let's go over the things that didn't happen, because that'll be funny.
Please.
Genjiro fight skipped. That first of all
happens a lot.
Yeah, that was a lot. Yeah, that happens a lot. But also you skipped an event because you didn't go around in this way. There was an event on East Street involving Riviera's emerging popularity. Let me go over here. Because no one ever goes to East Street. And to continue the meme, it didn't once again, it didn't happen. There was obviously, the most obvious one was Noctua's recital, which immediately would have transitioned into an event that I was, I messaged Christian for. It was improv your own Yakuza side quest. And I believe there was one other one.
Well, Daring Way got Daring ditched.
Oh yeah, Daring Way got Daring Ding Dong ditched. So yeah, those are the things that didn't happen. However, I like what did happen.
I do
because
too.
do you know what happened? We did a really good job this time, I think, of opening up with the daytime segment and ending on that nighttime segment.
I was saying that's the fucking. That's that parallel I love about this so much. So I think I was just like, holy shit, this is everything I wanted more. Oh my god.
Felt good.
Felt really good.
Felt good.
I'm really satisfied.
I'm very glad. I hope you two enjoyed being tied to one another.
Yes.
There was
everything I've ever wanted.
Yes, exactly. Same.
That was extremely exciting. I'm very happy that oh man, I'm very happy with a lot of the shit that's mentioned. The thing that I'm happiest about is Tisha's Census project continues to be dead as fuck.
Sorry.
Literally the thing that has her gaining national notoriety is fucking stymied by Sonder sitting here and going like, yeah, so I lost all my census papers, and Sonder's like, that's rough, bud.
I needed to know how, like, 100% how she was like, the census papers are missing, to see whether or not he would recognize that as like oh shit.
Look, once we hit Bond 10 and I've dumped 1,000 experience into this, you can give me my census pager.
Oh my god.
Before we continue any conversation, we have fan art we need to go.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Holy shit.
So, I'm streaming to the Discord channel. Once
I'm
again,
checking it out.
Thank you, Lester 2020, for putting this together for us. So, let's get started. First up, for Mooney, we got a Solarius. Solitarius.
Yeah.
Solitarius, it's my best friend.
That's fucking
so
beautiful.
This one's fucking excellent.
It is. I saw it a little earlier and I was freaking out. It's really cool.
Yeah.
This is about to become my background.
She has big energy, and I think that's very important.
She gets to chill next to Chad's Noctua now.
Yes. Nice.
And then from Reckless Azuli, we got Sonder Cat.
Oh,
It's
it's another cat.
Look at him.
Excellent.
That's
Two
just a
fucking
cat.
cats.
He looks
Okay.
like he slowly blinked at you.
Yeah.
And then from 2020, Echo Arc Dynamite. Off-screen, yeah.
I swear to God, you're getting time. I'm going to grab you.
Don't worry about it. Anything you missed, you can still do. Like,
Excellent.
I'm not gonna.
Lester 2020 as well.
That gets funnier as the session goes on. Oh my god.
And some Zephyr Zerus.
Dodgeball.
Menacing Teach. Dodgeball Aura. And then from Axel, we got
Oh,
Slow Blink.
Slow blink.
blinks. Oh my god.
He blinks slow like
Yeah.
a cat.
Then from Nervous Dragon, we got the Faculty.
Oh, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Team faculty.
Team Faculty.
Team faculty.
And then from Lester 2020, we got a Hidden Gendro on the hole in the floor.
Oh no!
Oh, there he was.
Look,
That's
I'm gonna
prime
say
real
that
estate.
Genjiro would be the most dangerous in Dodgeball, given what he has received.
Yeah,
That's
sure
true.
was.
That's
And
true.
then from Zephyr Zers, Sonder murders a child.
Obliterated.
Dead.
I knew it was gonna happen when Teach was like, "Hey, Sonder, are you doing dodgeball?" I was like, "I don't
Yeah.
know."
And then from
Die.
Chad,
No great papers outside, Noctua.
I feel so bad for that.
okay.
Oh,
And then we have, I believe this is the Hermit Illyria by South Frost.
Oh,
That's
that's
so cool.
excellent.
I love that.
That's fucking so good. The hermit for her is very, very correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Muffins.
And then
Aw.
from Starper, we got Noctua.
Yes, lovely.
Very
Mhm.
proud of being abandoned.
Very happy. And then from Agent J-Wall, archaeologists discovered that Mayan temples are highly optimized clothes storage structures. Local cat came to know all the benefits all along. Yeah. And then from
Awful.
South Frost, got menacing Sonder for daytime.
Holy shit!
I don't know what you thought was gonna happen when you brought him on a date.
Exactly that.
Yes, the mallow.
And
Oh,
from
this
Nico, we got
mallow.
Mallow.
Nico,
It's
that's
so
so
good.
strong.
Hello.
Mhm.
It's not a secret mallow anymore.
There you go.
The public mallow. I love this so much.
Good Mallow. And then from G.I. Joe, I believe.
Holy
I
shit.
need to make it big so I can see what it says.
That Sonder's so fucking good.
Yeah.
So I can read it.
Oh my god.
I am being asked to fight these children. A strange request, no real reason to. Let's fucking beat some kids, yeah.
I'm glad you had fun.
He
Yeah.
did.
You did?
And then from Spaceman Sam, Reserve, multitude.
Oh, big dad didn't show up to your recital energy right there.
It's okay.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
I think it's the fact that
World.
it's a recital
World.
adds the
World.
next most funny stage.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
literally called it a recital to your face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
And then from Ane,
Oh, good, of course.
Good, yep, that's exactly what happened.
yeah. And then from Zephyr Zers, got the first record.
Oh, there it is. On that VHS tape. Holy shit.
I'm gonna quickly refresh just to see if there's anything more.
That's like a soft cursed image.
A
Yeah.
little bit.
Like I can smell the VHS
Doesn't look like
tape
it.
in that image.
Alright. I'll check real quick on Discord just to make sure we didn't get anything last minute. Doesn't look like it. Okay.
Excellent. Holy shit. Oh my god, thank you all so much for watching. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for playing. I hope you have a fantastic evening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, unless anybody has
Yay.
anything else they
All
want
right.
to say, I think we should say bye-bye.
Bye bye,
Consider-
everyone.
Consider
Bye.
donating to Angra's cat.
Yes.
Consider the cat.
Consider
Consider the
cat.
cats.
Consider
I
the
mean,
cat.
really, that's the moral of this stream.
Yes,
Or
consider the
chapter as a
cats.
whole. Cats.
Okay, cats.
All right, gang. This is great. See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye!